And Wunderpen, they were so impressed with what my team has been able to deliver. The CEO came here. In fact, we are expecting the chief technology officer of Wunderpen very soon. And some of our engineers may end up going there to take care of some business for them. And my point is, when you come back here, do not only look at the Gambian market as your target the entire world. The opportunities are just unbelievably high. Like, I can't stress this enough. Let me tell you one thing. We all speak English and it's not heavily accented. People can understand us. Number two, we are on a time zone that is reasonable for the European world and even the American market, right? Number three, we have ridiculously talented people with humongous potential. The biggest problem is the system. The system consumes us and just puts us part of the system. We have to break away from the system. I got an opportunity to work at a company in Silicon Valley. That company had Google and Facebook as a client. And I have seen what they have been able to deliver. And I have worked with their engineering teams. And I can tell you, you people are capable of delivering the same standards that those people can deliver with the right guidance and coaching and mentorship and support and drive and hunger and commitment. And I want to be able to work with all of you, and my doors are open to have conversations with any of you. And I wish you all the best of luck. And I'm sorry that I've taken too much time. Maybe sometime when you come back, I'll be happy to sit with you and have a more elaborate chat. So thank you so much. And it was an honor to have an opportunity to talk to you guys.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Jallo. Of course, I learned a lot, and I'm sure a lot of other people as well learned a lot. Of course, technology is very important. We are able to host the gathering virtually with over 100 participants. We would like to take 10 minutes for question and answers. Like, if you have any questions for Mr. Jallo, you can raise up your hand and ask a question. We have okay. Okay, sir, the floor is yours.
Yes, it's not actually a question, but I would like Mr. Jallo to share his details with us, because I would like my office also to collaborate with him.
Sure, we'll do that, Mr. Ambassador. Thank you so much.
That's wonderful. Any other questions?
Okay, I have a question for Mr. Jallo.
Okay.
Please.
Okay, thank you very much for a wonderful presentation, Mr. Jallo. By the way, my name is Malak. Okay, so you talked about technology. No doubt technology is transforming our world. In fact, especially with the new COVID-19, it's now becoming the new norm of the society now. But my question is this, how can the Gambia, implement a technological innovation in an environment where it has no reality with the people who are living there?
Okay, I hope I understand your question properly, but I'll attempt to answer your question. I think if you look historically speaking, I never would have thought my grandma would send voice notes on what you would be using WhatsApp, right? At least they can send voice notes. So it's like unbelievable how many people adopted technology. I mean, to say that some of these things have no reality, I think that it's a little bit, let me put it for you this way. If you look back at 10 years ago, if you look at the technology adaptation and what we were able to do, I just saw a screenshot of a bank transfer using the GT Bank app. We didn't have that a couple of years ago. And so I think that if you look how things have been moving, the trend, if you look at the graph, 5 years will be very different from today, 5 years from now. In fact, the growth that we have seen between 2006 only in internet adaptation and 2012, I believe between 2020 and 2025, the growth will even be a lot sharper than before. So when you build products, you don't build products for today, you build products for tomorrow. Just like when Steve Jobs made the iPhone, he didn't say, let me ask the consumers what they want. He looked at what he thought the people would want in the future and built a product to fit the future. So the iPhone that we use today probably was developed 2 years ago. In fact, the first prototype of the iPad that was only disclosed during the legal issue between Apple and Samsung, the first prototype was made in the 90s. Unbelievable. It was made in the 90s, but it was only released to us not very long ago. So when we make products, when we think about technology, we think about the future, we think about what people will be doing in the future, not what they're doing now. And the history has enough information about this to tell us like how valuable it is to focus on building for the future and not for now. And if 60% of the population are youth, schools are widely available, majority of the people are able to read at least something, be able to use technology somehow, at least by sending a voice note, you should be able to make your system so intuitive as WhatsApp to allow majority of the population to use it. For example, in Asutech, WhatsApp is our benchmark. We say, if you can use WhatsApp, you can use our systems. If you can't use our systems, you are not the problem, we are the problem. So that's how we should think when we develop products. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, okay. Let us look at it in this perspective. For example, in Gambia, because actually I am on a different meeting, actually in a different conference, but because of you, I have to pop in, and because I'm pretty much interested in this topic, your presentation. Let us look at Gambia, for example. Many countries in developing countries, to be specific, African developing countries, they are now shifting to what we call electronic government system. Having their public service through digital way. But if you look at the Gambia is still lagging behind in this perspective. And I know like there are several challenges that are attributed to this. Okay, let's start with internet, for example. The internet is very, very expensive in the country if you look at it compared to other sub-regions. Yeah, so that is where I'm talking about with the realities of the people. If you look at majority of people out back home, they are poor. These are people who are even struggling with life-sustaining needs. So how does that how does this innovation, this new innovation, which you and I know is very expensive, how does it reflect to situation on the ground?
Excellent. Actually, that reminds me of what the consultants were saying in the year 2000. So the focus is more on what we don't have as opposed to what we have. I think that the approach should always be what we can do individually and personally and collectively to leverage what is currently available and see how we can make it better. When it comes to e-governance, I think that the most effective way to force the government to get into these kinds of things is when the consumers don't accept anything less. For us, our goal is to spoil the consumers in a way we make things so readily available using technological tools in a way that naturally to go and, for example, renew your driver's license. It's a total nightmare, or to change the registration of your car. It's like, it would be so unbelievable to do anymore. So, I mean, before, I remember in the past, when you want to send messages to your family abroad, you put it on a tape cassette and record it and send it. But nobody would want to go back to that because the consumers are used to something different. So I think that we should try to take advantage of what is available. The shortcomings are there. I mean, the president, personally did tell me that he is very interested in e-governance and what the embassies and all of these things trying to get connected with the central government. I am not really privy to the specific efforts that have been taken in that direction, but I think that for me, my primary focus has been on the consumers, the people, the population, providing technologies to the population. I think that when the population is used to getting these services easy, then naturally the government will have no choice but to implement these changes, hopefully. But it's not a simple situation to solve, but I think that we just kind of have to deal with what is available at the moment. But you are absolutely right about all of the challenges.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Sanjalo, for making that clear. Unfortunately, we are unable to take any more questions due to time. Thank you very much for the wonderful session. Next on the agenda is African storytelling. I mean, storytelling has been used in Africa for various purposes. It has been used to teach morals and to also maintain our cultural values. And in fact, it has been used as a method of survival, So I would like to call on Mr. Yahya Sanko to tell us more about African storytelling.
Yeah, hello everyone. I hope my voice is coming well. Can you confirm that before I go? Is my voice coming very well?
Yes, I'm getting you clear.
All right. Thank you so much. And I'm very, very glad to be here. First, greetings to everyone, and special greetings to the ambassador with the highest degree of respect. And also greetings to all the executive members. Salam to all of you. First, I introduce myself. The time is very short. I will just make a very short introduction and why I am doing this. And I will try to show some of the things I'm doing. And also maybe if time permits us, maybe I can narrate one specific story from one of the countries in Africa. My name is Yaya Sonko, and I am studying double masters, one in Istanbul here and the second one in Finland. But currently I'm in Istanbul. And my master's degrees are not related to storytelling at all. One of my masters in Istanbul here is economics, and the one in Finland is governance for sustainable change. And and there are quite a good number of reasons why I am doing this. And I will show you a few of some of the things what I have been doing and how far I have been. First, I will tell you my background with the storytelling. My mom is a griot woman. So we all know the functions of the griot in the traditional Gambian society or West African society. I will not delve much into the roles of the griot, but I can tell you just few of them. Griot's roles are not limited to music and storytelling or singing, but they were also advisors to the ruling class in the pre-colonial Manding society, an empire that exists over 900 years ago. And because of that background, I use this opportunity to tell African stories anywhere I go around the world. So I created a platform called Sonko Dynasty, which, if you permit me, I would share my screen and maybe. I'm trying to share my screen now, if it is possible.
Yeah, you are.
Can you see my screen?
No.
It says something like disabled. I think the capacity is not allowing for sharing right now. But it's okay, then I can just explain. So the African storytelling, I can just explain verbally, but I have prepared something, but it's not allowing the sharing of screen at the moment. African storytelling has been existing in the continent.
I think the admin can just give you the permission to share your screen.
Yeah, I did it, but it was saying host disabled participant sharing screen.
Yeah, that can be permitted from the side of the admin.
Okay.
Admin, if you are hearing us, if you can please help us, it will be cool.
Yes, I think he can share his co-host.
All right. Okay. Can you see it now? Can you see it now?
Yes, sir. We can see your screen.
All right. All right. So this is the platform I have created because when I finished my undergraduate, I studied my undergraduate in Turkey here from 2014 to 2018. So after finishing this, I got the opportunity to go to Malmo in Sweden as a research assistant in Malmo University itself. So during my research, I have been making research on the pre-colonial African civilization.
Yeah. One in Istanbul, another one in.
Can we please mute our mic?
Mute your mics.
Yes. Yes. So when I went to Sweden in Malmo for my internship as research assistant, that was the time that, and I felt that I have to come up with this idea because I was actually working on those civilizations that were in African continent before colonization and slavery stories happened. So I was digging into those matters. So I found out that storytelling was used as an oral schooling system in the society to teach the children about the norms and the values. We all know that we all have at least one or two grandparents or parents who will always tell us stories. But the intention of telling these stories is for us to know the moral lesson behind it. So it's like an oral schooling system. And I found some professors who were doing research on this area for over 21 good years, and they are not Africans. So they encouraged me to do this part because they believe that when a European is actually writing stories about the African continent, they are writing these stories using the lens of an outsider, which means they are viewing the society and they are writing about those people. So they want someone who should be from the continent write these stories with the view of an insider. So this was the opportunity that I grabbed, and I prepared this platform where I just do research about African storytelling in all the 54 African countries. And so far I have covered over 36 of those countries. I have made research on 36 of these countries, and it's left with only 18 of these countries. And I'm going on before maybe 2 months, I can finish the first phase of this research. And try to bring one of the first version of the 18 as a book. So that's the first book I wrote about African storytelling. And thanks to the Agast team that they put the book on the website and they talk a little bit about the book. So this was the first 18 books, and there was 18 African stories that we made research on. And the second one also was out with another separate 18 African countries, make it 36 of those countries. So now I would like to just demonstrate maybe one of the stories because I only have 10 minutes and that's very limited. And this website, you can just go there if you want, you can read more stories about African from all over Africa. And recently I even wrote one story that got attention in many levels, even at the BBC level. That is the
Can you please mute your mics?
Recently
Okay.
I wrote almost every Friday I publish one story from one part of Africa. And recently I post a story about the jollof rice. That is this one. And this jollof rice got attention internationally, even at BBC level, because the Nigerians and the Ghanaians are always claiming that they are the origin of jollof rice is from them. But we know jollof is from a jollof kingdom, and jollof kingdom is in the far western part of Africa. That was seen Salum, Baul, and Cairo. And some argue that there was a fifth one also, that was Laf. That's the Laf kingdom around the Mauritanian area. So how is it possible that a rice that comes from this kingdom, that is named after this empire, become a Nigerian or a Ghanaian? So we were arguing about this in the BBC level about, no, Jollof is from us. Okay, we said now the name is Jollof. Is there anything in your society, that's the Ghanaian and the Nigerian society, that is about the Jollof? The Jollof are the people, are the Wolof people. So why is it like this is like this all of a sudden this become yours? So they were like, okay, it makes sense, but how does Jollof come to our region? So I try to write a fun story about this, but it's not like a story that is based on research, but I make fun about those kind of stories. So every Friday we publish something here about African storytelling from all over the country. Like this other story here is why the cat want to stay with a woman. So this one is from the Somaliland, and the other one is from Rwanda, and this one is from Senegal. So right now, I'll just try to narrate you one story, one of my favorite story in this book. That is the African Storytelling Part 1. And this story is from Angola. And after narrating this story, my intention is to communicate the moral lessons behind the story. So I will ask you about what are the morals you learned from these stories, because that's the reason why I'm narrating this story. So once upon a time, there was a princess called Ida who lived in the sky. And Princess Ida was so beautiful, and she really wanted to marry at that age. So all the animals in this kingdom wanted to marry Princess Ida, but Ida was having a requirement. She said she will marry only an intelligent and smart animal among the animals in the jungle. So all the animals, they said, okay, we Princess Ida, and I will try to marry Princess Ida. But the problem was, hyena was living on the earth, and the princess was living on the sky, and Haina was not having any feathers to fly. So Haina wrote a letter. The name of Haina was Banan. Banan wrote a letter and said, "Hey, Princess Ida, I love you so much and I want to marry you." So he was sitting down looking very worried. He first approached all the animals to help him send the letter to the sky, but all of them refused. So the rabbit came. The rabbit said, "Hey, my friend, why are you looking so worried like this?" So he said, "I wrote a letter. I love Princess Ida, but I don't know who to take the letter to the sky." So the rabbit said, "Unless I try, I cannot do it." At first, Heine was laughing at Rabbit, said, "The most powerful animals cannot take the letter to the sky. How comes you can take it to the sky?" The rabbit replied again, saying, "Unless I try, I cannot do it." So they agreed, and the rabbit took the letter. And when the servants of the princess are sent down to fetch water and firewood, the rabbit took the letter and hid inside one of their belongings, and they went to the sky. And he placed the letter somewhere where the princess can find it. The princess read the letter, so she was so impressed. She said, "But I'm not very convinced." So she replied the letter. She said, "Haina, I know you love me so much, but can you please send me any gift to the sky? Because I want to know that you are smart. So if you bring the gift here, I know you don't have a feather. If you bring the gift here, I'll know that you are smart and I'll marry you." So the princess put the letter on top there. The rabbit managed to sneak and take the letter down with the servants when they were taking firewood and stuff like that. So again brought the letter. The hyena went and buy the biggest gift and came back. Again, Hyena Banan was looking very worried. He said, "My friend, why are you looking worried?" The rabbit said, "He said, because I know the letter was small, but the gift is so big. Rabbit, you are so small, you cannot take this to the sky." The rabbit replied again saying, "I cannot do it unless I try." So again, they argue back and forth for some time. Then the hyena agreed and gave the gift to the rabbit. The rabbit managed again, went to where the servants used to take water and hide in their belongings with the gift. And they went to the sky and placed it somewhere where the princess can find it. Now, Princess Ida finally found the gift. She was so impressed and she said, "Really, the hyena is very smart and intelligent. I'm going to marry the hyena." So she's sent down with the servants to go and look for hyena for the marriage ceremony. When they came down, they were in a dilemma looking where to go. So they were saying, actually, where is hyena Banan? So whilst they were saying that one, out of nowhere, the rabbit jumped out of. He said, "I can actually take you where the hyena is." So the princess said in an arrogant way, "I'm the princess of this land, the most powerful woman, and you, the small rabbit, cannot lead me anywhere." So when he said this, so the rabbit also get angry because of that statement. He said, "Princess, I know I'm the smallest animal here, but I'm the wisest animal because I managed to take letters to you and also a gift to you. So if I'm not smart enough, I will never ever do that one." So the princess said, "Oh, then it was you who was bringing all these things, but not the hyena. And I want to marry someone who is intelligent. So which means I'm going to marry you." So princess married the rabbit and they went to the sky. Still now, the hyena is sitting down there waiting for the wife. And he's not married. That's the end of the story.
Very interesting, bro.
Yeah. So now I want to know, that's the end of the story. I want to know what do you think is the moral behind this story?
Well, I think the moral of the story is like you have to try to get whatever you want despite the difficulties or the circumstances.
Exactly. In fact, that was the only moral. What you mentioned, that was the only moral that I wrote in. I don't write too many moral because I want people to figure out the morals themselves. But that was the only moral I wrote on the book. If you don't try anything, and the presentation, Mr. Jallo, before me, he was actually mentioning that you have to try something first. But if you don't try, you will not know whether you can do it or you cannot do it. That's the end of this story. And if anyone want to read more about African storytelling, you can just go to sonkodynasty.com. Thank you so much.
I would like to make a comment here, Yaya Sonko.
Okay.
First of all, let me introduce myself. I'm Ms. Aisa Tuju, Secretary of the Embassy.
Yeah.
And I want to thank Agast Executive. We've been working a lot together since last year. And also congratulate the outgoing president, Mr. Mohamed Tarawale. It was indeed a pleasure working with you and the entire Agast Executive. Okay, us in Gambia growing up, we are all, not new. We are not new to these things, label, lupin, talent.
Yes,
Sulu.
yes, exactly.
But it's so unfortunate that our children are not lucky enough to know about these things, So I'm hearing about you and the stories really, because I once saw your interview with my good friend Famara Fofana on Facebook, and I became a friend. And indeed, it would be very nice if you time to time conduct such interviews and upload it on the internet or any platform where our children will also have the opportunity to listen to these stories, and not only in English, but also in our local languages, if possible. Thanks once again, and congratulations on you, and you all the best in your studies and all your future endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you so much on that. I just want to make a little comment on that. Thank you so much. And we are really working on that. I'm working with some companies in Sweden. Maybe in some I will be there again. And we're planning to publish at least the whole project will consist of like children's book, over 50 to 60 children's book that we are trying to do. And all of them will come from this, because someone just saw this and said, why not we make the children's version of it with animated pictures and stuff like that. That was the first. And the second one is like the local languages in the Lepo, Lupen, and or the Nyombor and stuff like that. And we are also working very hard on that one to make sure that we have these animated movies that the kids can actually watch. We are working on all those ones. Thank you so much for your comment. Thank you so much. I like it.
All right, thank you so much, Yahya Sanko. And we also like to thank Aissatou Joe. She has always been of help to the students. It doesn't matter when you need her, she will always respond. We thank you so much for your continued support, Aissatou. And also, Yahya, we acknowledge your hard work and for, showing the rest of the world that despite coming from a tiny nation, you are able to have an impact in the lives of other people. And I'm sure the Njais and the Chams and the Cises were very happy when you mentioned the jollof rice, but there's only one Benishin and it belongs to the Senegamian region. So the Ghanaians and the Nigerians they just fight a battle that doesn't even exist, And thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Talking of that, what's life without comedy? We would like to laugh and take off the stress a little bit and, take some time from academic stress. I would like to call on Alpha Job, a student, a very funny one indeed, to make us laugh a little bit. Alpha, if you're hearing me, the floor is yours. Alpha? Do we have Alpha online? Anyone? Mohammed? Do you know of Alpha's whereabouts?
Yeah, Alpha was here, but I couldn't see him anymore. I don't know, maybe he's having problem with internet connection.
Okay. Do we have any student online or available right now who can actually maybe tell a story, one or two stories to fill in the gap?
I can tell maybe one story from the Gambia.
Sure, you most welcome.
Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yes. Okay. All right. Let me just tell a very short. This story actually came from the TRRC sitting that was going on at this point.
Yeah.
There was this Imam called Imam Al-Haji Haiba Haidara. And when they asked him to make a closing remark, so, the African tradition is that give when they when you are going out at night. African parents will never tell you, hey, don't go out at night because it's dangerous. They will tell you, come, I tell you a story. There were two kids. One used to go out at night and the other one stay home. The other one who goes out at night, some horrible things happen. So they will develop a curious mind in you. So you will say, oh, what about the other boy who doesn't go out? Then they will say, that one was successful, everything went well. You understand? So this is a form of advising a kid. So Imam Al-Hayba, when they asked him to do a closing remark, he wanted to acknowledge the importance of support among us, among our Gambian society. So what he said was, he said there was a monkey who came to the town, and the monkey climbed the highest stage in the town and said, can you send a message to all the dogs in this town, telling them that I am the new king in this town? Can I go ahead?
Okay.
Yes, please.
Yeah, all right. So he said the monkey climbed the highest stage and said, can you send a message to all the dogs in town, tell them that I am the new king in this town? So upon the message received by the dogs said, really? I think this is really nonsense. How can a monkey that is afraid from us come to the town? Not only that, but climb the highest stage here, say that he is the new king in this town. So some of the dogs said, no, this is a joke. Some people say, oh, it's a free meat. So why not we just go and just eat this monkey? So some said, maybe it's not true. Why not we just send some people to go and confirm whether the message is actually true or not? So all the dogs came to the to see if the message is true. So they were coming and they saw the monkey on top of the stage, and they stopped. One of them said, actually, this monkey is saying the truth. The sender, I don't know, the messenger was saying the truth, that the monkey actually mean that he is the new king in this town. But anyway, let's just go until we reach to the stage. We can confirm fully. So upon they arriving to the actual venue, their leader stopped. They say, why do you stop? He said, because look at the at the bottom of the stage. On the whole, they were only seeing the monkey on top of the stage, but under the stage, there were 4 powerful animals lying down. On front was the lion, the hyena was behind, you have the tiger, and you have the elephant on the other side. So which means if these 4 powerful animals surround anyone, then you can have a confidence to say that you are the king in that particular place. So what the moral behind this story is, if you have a powerful support behind you, you can claim anything you want. So what he was trying to say was, he was really confident to come to that TRRC to testify because he always have a very powerful family behind him, and also powerful friends and colleagues that actually supported him very well. So the moral is like, we need to support each other all the time, and we need to be there for each other. I hope that helps. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, yeah, for rescuing us. I guess we have Alpha now. Alpha, are you there? Mr. Alpha Jallo? Okay.
Alpha, you are muted. Can you unmute your microphone?
He's unmuted, but I think the problem is with the earphone he's using.
Wait, I have 2 earphones.
Okay.
Okay. Hello? Hello.
Yes, we are getting you, Alpha. Welcome to the program.
It's a different earphone. Okay. Assalamu alaikum. Are you hearing me? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, hello, how are you? I hope each and everyone is hearing me.
You're fine, Alpha.
Yeah. But actually, I just went Narek for a moment. This room I was staying, actually, they just decided to become Narek. Everything went off. So I found it difficult to enter. Anyway, I'm a Gambian, so what can you expect? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome everybody. So I can see that most of us here are students. So I have a little piece of advice for the students before I start. This is actually a pen, which is very, very, very important for every student. But there's something that you don't know about this. This is the most important thing that anybody can use as a student. And this, under no circumstances, should not be lost. Okay? Because if you lose your pen, you cannot write anything on your notebook. So therefore, you will lose your notebook. And then if you lose your notebook, what happens next? I think you know it. You are definitely not going to pass your exam because you lost your pen, and then on that because of that you actually lost your notebook. And then if you lose your notebook, you are not going to pass your exam. And then if you don't pass your exams, you are not going to graduate. If you don't graduate, you are definitely going to be broke because you will not have money. And if you don't have money, you will be sick. You will not have food. Yeah, actually, get sick then. You will be sick, you will not have food, and then if you fall sick, you might die. So the best way to avoid all that, don't lose your pen, okay? That is the best way to avoid all that. You really need to keep your pen tight and make sure that, these are very good advice for all the students, okay? So let's make sure that we always keep our pens at our disposal because it's very, 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 very important. And education is actually very, very, very important. Yeah, because of education, many things can actually be achieved. Whatever you want, you can have it. But sometimes don't be too full of yourself just because you are educated. Because it once happened to me. Me and my grandfather, who is actually 75 years old, I always thought that I was smarter than my grandfather because my grandfather did not go to school and I went to school. So one day, me and my grandfather, we went to the beach, so we rented a tent. So at 2 o'clock, as I was sleeping, my grandfather woke me up and said, "You are educated, right? So please look up and tell me what you see." So I look up and I say, "Grandfather, actually I'm seeing the moon and the stars." Then he asked me, "What does that tell you?" My grandfather asked me that. Then he asked me, "What does that tell you?" Abdurrahman, what did you say? I did not hear you.
Why? I did not hear anything.
Okay. I said, I always thought that I was smarter than my grandfather. So we went to the beach and rented a tent. So 2 o'clock at night, he woke me up and asked me, "Please look up and tell me what you see." I told him, "Okay, grandfather, now I'm seeing the stars and the moon." He told me, "So what does that mean?" I told him, "Well, scientifically, it means that the cohesive force is the force of attraction between two molecules with the same sort of substances." Then he told me, he slapped me and said, "You're very stupid. Our tent have been stolen. What the hell are you talking about?" I went to school. I could not even realize that our tent has been stolen. He that did not even go to school, he could realize that actually our tent has been stolen. So that's why, really, yes, seriously, it was not necessary for me to go to school. Then I realized that why did I even go to school? Because actually, I went to school. I've been going to school for almost 15 years or so. And yet, I could not even notice when I'm being used or being taken for granted. Because you all know Kunta Kinte, right? Kunta Kinte was somebody he was a slave actually. Actually, he's a pride of, he might be the biggest hero in Gambia actually, because he has done a lot of stuff in the Gambia. So sometimes I feel like I'm even following Kunta Kinte's footsteps because Kunta Kinte was sold and bought a lot of times, right? When he was taken from Gambia to the other coast or the other part of the world, and he was a slave and he was sold a lot of time. You understand? Well, actually, if many people actually know it here, but for some people that don't know, I started making some videos and then posting it on the internet a couple of months back last year. And then actually most of my videos actually, they really went viral. And then some other people have been using it in many pages. Some other people actually have been using those videos to earn money from it. And then It's just lately that I started getting paid, like 2 months ago. It means that for almost 4 months of hard work and doing all that videos, making people laugh, I've been used and not paid. So if Kunta Kinte was alive, he would be like, wow, Alpha, I'm really proud of you. You have been used more than I do. You have been sold and used more than I do, more than I have been. So really, really, that is really, really, really terrible. Anyway, I'm really proud of Kunta Kinte because he is actually a legend. And I would like to say something. The worst sickness on earth. People are really bothered about coronavirus, right? But for me, I think that corona is not the worst sickness on earth. The worst sickness on earth is madness, which I'm not even praying for my enemy or for anyone, because madness is something that is really, 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 really terrible. It's a very terrible disease. Because when I was in Gambia, I had a mad friend. The guy is really, 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 really mad. So people normally tell me, please don't move with this guy. He's a madman, like a madman for Christ, for Lord's sake. Like people, for crying out loud, actually, he's a madman. So why are you hanging out with a madman? Everybody is trying to stay far away from him, and you are here hanging out with this madman. Then and I told them, yeah, everybody, we are all human beings, so please don't do that. He's mad, but it's not a problem. I really need to show him love and show and like prove that he's actually not as crazy as people think. So I started moving with the madman. So there's this uncle of mine. His wife gave birth to a bouncing baby boy. So I told the madman, please, let's go together to that house. Yeah, it's like they're having a naming ceremony, so let's go together because uh, actually, you are not mad. Just prove to them that you are not mad. So when we went, we saw everybody. They made a queue. They are looking at the baby and giving it to each other. Yeah, they said, "Oh, this is very nice. The baby is very nice." So they are passing it to each other. So the madman went and stood on the queue. You understand? So they gave they were giving us, they were passing the babies to each other. It went to the madman. So the madman held the baby. You understand? The madman held the baby and then stood and then ran up to the highest deck. It was 3-deck building, 3-story building, and then he ran up to the highest deck and said that he's going to throw the baby, proving that he's really mad. And then I started to regret, really, why am I moving with a madman? Then there was chaos everywhere. Everybody was like, why do he wants to throw away the baby, This is the last. I'll be ending in next 1 minute. He said, everybody, there was chaos. Everybody was like, why do you want to throw the baby? The madman wants to throw away the baby. So then there's this old woman, these girls in my tribe, actually, we have these girls, the griots. The old woman just said, oh, forget about him, man. My son is a goalkeeper. So I'm going to call my son. If he throws the baby, my son is going to capture the baby because my son is a goalkeeper. He has played in this Nawetan. So he called his son. The son actually dressed up perfectly like a goalkeeper and then started waiting for the madman. The madman was up at the highest story building. He wanted to throw the baby. Everybody was shouting, please don't throw it. I was really ashamed at that point because I brought the madman in that gathering. So the madman said to the goalkeeper, are you ready? The goalkeeper said, yes, I'm going to throw the baby. So the goalkeeper said to the madman, please throw the baby. So then the madman threw the baby. Everybody was surprised. They thought that the goalkeeper would not capture the baby. So then the goalkeeper stretched his arms and then captured the baby. So when the goalkeeper captured the baby, everybody started clapping. Everybody started clapping. Then the goalkeeper took the baby like this and then kicked the baby like a goalkeeper, like the way goalkeepers do. So for that being the case, I think mad people deserve chance in this world, actually. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Alpha.
Thank you.
I don't know which village you live in. Your video is actually very dark and we are unable to hear you most of the time.
Oh, you did not hear me?
We were hearing you, but your video is not very clear. So maybe you live one of those villages.
Actually, it's not.
Where the internet is not very clear. But thank you very much.
It's not my laptop, actually.
For that session.
This village's laptop. So thank you very much.
I hope people were able to capture the jokes and maybe you made them laugh.
Thank you very much.
So much. Now we would proceed. We'll skip an agenda to go to a Kahoot. That is a quiz. I think Moducham has shared the link. If you want to participate, you can download the app and participate. The first prize goes with 100 tele, 100 Turkish liras. The second runner-up is, the first runner-up is a 75 Turkish liras, and no, the first runner-up is a 75 Turkish liras, and that person next to him or her is a 50 Turkish liras. So if you want to be a 50 tele rich today, this evening, you can participate. So I would like to call on Maudie Cham to facilitate the session.
Madam Chair, are we not having Dr. Karamo?
Unfortunately, Dr. Karamo is yet to be in, so we would skip him for now and go ahead with the quiz competition. We thank you for your patience.
Hello, everyone. I shared the link for the Kahoot app on the chat and in the WhatsApp group. So we will wait for 5 minutes for everyone to set up. And when you open the app, you can just put the pin here, 771-0380. We will wait for 5 minutes.
Okay, Mucham, your voice is actually echoing. I don't know what the problem is.
Quiz kana wala so mbekere post price on the tele. But you have to download the app. But you don't have space. So
can you please mute your videos?
Madam Chair, also, the embassy will add 500 tele to be shared between the first, second, and third winners.
Wow, thank you so much.
Mr. Njai, no, the executive decided not to participate in the Kahoot, but when you say that, I think we should also participate.
Mohammed, that I'm participating.
Okay, so
me too. I think I will be participating as well.
I will participate, or you have to give me 100 lira for being the quiz master. I cannot quiz like that.
Mohammed, I have to participate.
No, Pams, you cannot participate.
Guys, am I having 100 lira or something for being the quiz master?
You deserve that, Maducha.
Boy, Mocham, can we able to participate without the apps?
Yes, if you cannot download the app, you can go to kahoot.it.
Can you share that with me?
Okay, I will send the link in the WhatsApp group and also in the, how to call it?
Please do that now.
Boy, no download the upload.
No, but it's very slow. My phone.
Download my correct website will I use, boy. Website when you go say for
Yeah, boogie boy.
You're just practicing, but you participate in your
boy, more time li ko amut abi warlo dugale li dem bugé
Oh, okay, everyone. I think we are set. So what will be happening is at the end of the Kahoot, if you are in the top 3, please take a screenshot and send it to me on WhatsApp. Screenshot of your phone or the laptop you were playing with. So we are starting. Let's go. Have fun.
Naga status, ha? Yeah, okay. Happy birthday. Happy your birthday, kanya. Birthday ang suwa. Happy birthday. Ah, hindi. Mbali ka kanya. Ah. Live. Guys of Esther. Itu try kan. Oh, mana?
Agast, that's all again. Mom,
Happy party. Ngai nyara je o nyara ispo. Paisa no boy nyara korangam. O nyara.
Hello, Muna, quiz. Muna, o grupo.
Who is this Ekomon?
Odo kayak sura. Okun.
Bien pariente. Bueno, a ver, te Sunday la funol tabo.
Okay, everyone. So I guess that was it. And if you are Lamin S, I'm not sure Lamin S what. Can you also send your name, because the Ecomon guy is actually not part of it. So everyone can send their name. I will just write a message in the group, and yeah, that's the end of the Kahoot. Congratulations to all the winners.
15 point na kala na. Boy, mawala 15.
Okay, Yo, can you please continue?
Okay, we hope you had a very wonderful game over there. We congratulate the winners as well. Unfortunately, we are unable to reach our speaker, that is Dr. Karamo N.M. Sonko. So we will proceed with the financial report. Actually, no organization would strive without finances, and we are lucky. We, as an organization, are lucky to have our finances entrusted in very secured hands. So I would like to call on Mariama, our able treasurer, to make the financial report.
Thank you, Fatmata. Good day, everyone. I would be presenting the financial report to you all today. Let me share my screen. Are you seeing my screen?
Yes, Maria Mane, the floor is yours. You may proceed.
Maya Mane, we are not seeing your screen. Can you reshare it again?
Let me share. Sorry, a minute, please. Okay, Fatmata, I can't share my screen. Maybe there's a technical problem. So
Okay.
I'll check that out and I'll be back. Thank you.
Okay, it seems Mariam is having some difficulties. Can the admin also try and help to solve the problem?
Yeah, Mariaman, if you want, you can send me a presentation. I can share it for you. I don't know why you are unable to share it. Maybe if you want, you can just send it to me via WhatsApp. I can share it for you if you want.
Okay, I will share it on the executive group.
Or Tarawale, maybe you can make her a co-host.
She's already a co-host. She's already a co-host. I don't know why she cannot share it.
Mohammed, can I please have your email?
Okay, okay. At executive, I'm sharing there. Okay.
Mr. President, may I beg to leave for other engagement, if you don't mind?
All right, Mr. Njai, thank you so much for your participation. Indeed, it is a pleasure for all of us. Thank you. No
Thank you
problem.
very much. And then to all of you, I want to thank you again for inviting us and have a very fruitful meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mohammed, I have shared it with you. Can you please check it?
We apologize for the inconveniences. I think Manema is having some difficulties.
There you go. Okay. Sorry for that. I could not share my screen and I still can't. So Mohammed Mohammed has shared his screen. All right. Good day, everyone. I would be presenting the financial report today.
Mariam, you are muted. We are not getting you.
Sorry. Okay. Okay, good day, everyone. I will be presenting the financial report today. We started our tenure with a balance of 939.4 lira, which was received from the previous executive, and that's the opening balance right here. Opening balance, 9,039.4 lira. And let's move on to the contributions. As we all know, members are asked to pay their contributions every semester. The total amount of contribution received from members is 10,205 lira. Yeah, the balance in our Agast account enables us to give out loans to members in need. The total amount of loans given out is 30,500 lira. And thankfully, members always pay their loans, and the total amount of loan repayment is 29,758 lira. And we are having an outstanding loan of 750 lira, which will be paid soon, inshallah. And the expenses incurred for this year is 899.13 lira. That's the expense this year's, yeah, our executive. That's what we have incurred. And our debit balance is 30,399.13 lira. And the credit balance is 39,963 lira. The balance, like the difference is the balance, which is 8,563.87 lira. With that, we came up with a closing balance of 17,603.27 lira. And that's the cash at bank as well. So I would like to leave the rest to the assistant to address certain issues. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, my boss. Good afternoon, everyone. As my boss rightly mentioned, I'll like to buttress on certain things. First, I will start with the loans. If we see the loans, it's over 30,000. And some might ask if our amount, the total revenue is over 19,000, how are we able to give a loan of 30,000 plus? Now there is, I think it's easy to short out because, someone will take loan, pay it back, another person will take. It's not like everyone is taking loan at the same time. So, but if you look at across the year during our tenure, we are able to give out a loan amounted to a total of over 30,000. And we are able to recover 29,000 plus, only an outstanding balance of 750. I hope that is clear. Now, but one thing we would like to address and we would like to encourage everyone about is the contributions. As we can see, our main source of income is through contributions. And this year is a very good year for us in office, in the sense that we are able to get a total contribution of 10,205. But that is mainly due to the assistance we got from government. Most of the people, once they were collecting their money, they paid. Over the years, we've been struggling very well when it comes to contributions. This year, we are able to get a lot. So as you can see, when you are contributing your money is totally safe and it's completely for you. As we can see how many people took loan. So we are encouraging everyone to be very serious with the contribution. As we can see, the only source of income for the whole year was that contribution 10,000 plus. For this whole year, we did not get any other amount from anyone. So let's all be very serious with it. And we are instituting another measures, and we are passing that on to the next executive, whoever is in the finance. We instituted a regulation now. If you don't pay your yearly contributions when you need loan, we are not going to give you a loan. Because the loan, it won't be fair to people who are contributing their money, and you are taking that as a loan and refusing to pay your contribution. So, and previously what we were doing is, when you want loan, we tell you you have to pay your contribution first, then we give you the loan. But now we are not doing that. What we will do is, we have to see the commitment in you before we give you the loan. So when it is time for payment of our semester contributions, let's all try to pay on time, because any one of us, I mean, anyone can need money at a time that you never expect. So let's contribute on time, so that when you need loan, it will be facilitated easily. And you can see the loan is completely interest-free. We are not adding a dime. We are not adding even a single cruise on it. So let's try to contribute on time. Now, one more clarification I would want to do is, if you look at the expenses for the year, is 899. Luckily for us, we are doing the gathering on Zoom or online today, so the amount is very small. But how? Just a brief breakdown of it. The amount during our tenure as an executive, I mean, we were able to come up with Agast website. So developing that website and launching it cost us money. And plus this gathering itself, it is small though, but if you add those things, those are the two main expenses for the year. That is what makes up to around 900 tele for the expenses. So I would like to conclude again to emphasize and encourage everyone about the contribution, because that is our main source of income. And if we were to do the meeting physically, this amount you might see, you might think it's very high. It's most likely not going to be enough for our meeting, because usually we have to provide food, we have to provide transportation, we have to book halls. So usually we have to even talk to donors to help us with our meeting, but we need to be at least independent. Those donors also need to see the commitment in us. So if we, the members, cannot even pay our yearly contributions, those donors will see that we are not even serious about our association. So it will be difficult for them to help us. With that, I would like to thank all of you for your kind attention. If you have any questions, I don't think that we have time, but if you have any questions at any time, you can write in the Agast General Group. We can always try to answer them. Thank you so much.
Mr. Serikan, I think finance issue is very, very important. If they have questions, I think it's better for them to ask now. What do you think?
Okay, then if we have questions, maybe we can take up to 5. Is that okay?
Yeah, that should be okay, I think so.
Okay. Do we have any questions from anyone?
If you have any questions for Mr. Serikan, you can ask regarding loans or other contributions, or if you have any inquiry, you can make it now. All right, Mr. Serikan, it seems we have no questions for you.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay.
I guess I have a question. Mr. Serikan, thank you and your team for the great job. I want to ask, because normally, like the certificates also cost. Is it that this time you didn't mention anything like that, whether you spend some money on the certificates as well?
Okay, thank you so much, Mustafa. By the way, let me just say this. Don't put me, my team. You should start with my boss, my boss and the team. So Mariama and the team. So by the way, the certificate issue that you are asking, we spent money. That is why I said the money spent for this year is for the launching of the website and also for this gathering. I said this gathering, it means certificates are also included in this for those graduating and for the executive also. So the cost of certificate is also a part of it, but we don't have that much time. That is why we cannot like piecemeal it. We cannot tell everything about the expenses. So that was the summary of it. The certificate is included in this year's gathering cost.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
I
you
hope
for
we
the
answered your question. Thank you very much, the finance team, for that wonderful presentation. I think everything is now cleared out. Before going further, I would like to acknowledge the presence of Dr. Mohamed Jaita. He is one of the most successful Gambians here in Turkey. And a lot of us, including myself, look up to him so much. Dr. Jaita, if you're hearing me, we acknowledge your presence. And before we get to the closing remarks, I think Aissatou Job has 1 or 2 things to say to the students. you would like to give our 2 minutes? Mrs. Job, you are most welcome. I said, Job, are you there? Do we have Esther Job?
Esther Job is having some technical issues. She will just join again. Wait.
Oh, okay. Then we will proceed with the closing remarks since one of our guests is a no-show. Unfortunately, we are unable to have Dr. Sonko in our midst.
Actually, Mr. Mustafa Njataf just called me. He said Dr. Sonko misunderstood the timing.
Okay.
So he was thinking that it is supposed to be 4 GMT, but he said he will join us very soon, inshallah. And now we have Aisat Job, so Aisat Job can. Yeah, Aisat Job, the floor is yours. Yeah.
Guys, everybody, for I have something to sort out. Okay. Thank you once again. So I have some clarifications to make. About the role of the embassy in Ankara here, and I'm aware you all know that, and also the relationship the embassy here has with Agast. Usually, there will be some announcements at your Agast General Assembly. Then some students, instead of believing the Agast executive, they will decide to call the embassy directly to either confirm whatever Agast information Agast members gave them, whether it's true or not. I want to tell all of you, Agast is like a mediator between the embassy and the student, student community in Turkey. So whatever Agast tell you about anything, just believe it. Know that we are closely working with Agast regarding anything that is concerning the students in Turkey. And also, I want to assure all the students here in Turkey that the issues concerning Agast and Gambian students in Turkey is taken with utmost priority by the embassy, because we are here for Gambians and students being the future of the country. Your issues and your concerns are always treated with priority. So I want to assure you that. And also, as an embassy, we are sent here by the government, forced to represent the government to build bridges between Turkey and Gambia, and also help our Gambians here, be it students or community members. So we also have our limitations. We are here to uphold the law, and we are not above the law of Turkey. So I want all the students, regarding your applications or anything that is concerning the law, please read the terms and regulations correctly, because sometimes mostly students will have some mistakes with some of their documentations and their applications, and then the embassy will be asked to intervene. We can intervene, we can do what we can, but at the end of the day, we are not above the law here in Turkey. We are here to guide Turkish people. They have their rules here that are in place, and we cannot interfere with local Turkish laws. For instance, we cannot dictate to Turkish authorities who to give documents and who not to give documents. And we cannot dictate to Turkish authorities what to do for our community and what not to. All we can do is to help to a certain extent, but that one too, it has somewhere to stop. There are some barriers that we cannot cross. There are some lines that we cannot cross. I want that to I want to clarify that point. And also, because I learned this from experience, sometimes the student body or the general, Agast will ask the students to feel something that has to do with embassy, but students are usually reluctant to do so. At very last minute, they will start doing it, and that may create some problems in our work. We are partners here. Let's work together and let's help one another. And also, I advise all of you to help work with your executives hand in hand, because they are doing a lot for the community. I myself am a member of Agast, because despite being a first secretary of the embassy, but I'm also a student here. So I'm one of you, see me as one of you. So this advice is for all of us. Let's help our Agast work with them, and also whatever they advise us, let's follow these advices, let's follow the rules and regulations, because sometimes we will wait until it's very late and we are at point of no return, and then some people will start doing certain things, and that is making our work very difficult for us, because we have other things. Agast is not the only association that we are working with. We have other associations that we are working with, and we have other government institutions that we are working with. So that's what I want to clarify. I want you all to know that the embassy is your friend. We are your friends. We are here for you, but you have to help us to help you. Let's help one another. And thank you so much to Agast Executive once again for everything they are rendering, all the assistance they are rendering to the Gambian students here. And also we're looking forward to more fruitful collaborations in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aissatou Diop, for that clarification. I hope the students will take heed to whatever you've spoken about right now. And we, like I said earlier, we thank you so much for your continuous support. Really, we appreciate you. All right. I would also like to acknowledge the presence of an Agast alumni, that is Mr. Usman Banyinka. When I was introducing him, he wasn't available, but now he is online. Usman Banyinka, would you like to say one or two things to the students?
Thank you so much, Fatima. I think the only thing I would say is I envy your solidarity and how far you've taken Agast. Agast is another level, and this has ever been the dream that we are looking for. So just to keep the collaboration among yourself, the solidarity, and time in time you check on each other. Perhaps the year is not good, and we might be moving for some time with this situation. So it will be very good for friends to be checking on each other as for advice. I think that's all. Thank you. From China. I will say ni hao to you all. Ni hao.
Thank you very much, Usman Banyinka. Okay, we also have Dr. Jata. He is not with us right now, but he's actually watching via YouTube. Dr. Jata, we acknowledge your presence once again. Shortly, we will have Mr. Mustafa Njai, that is the famous staff. And of course, our speaker will be available in a short while. That is Dr. Karamu N.M. Sonko. He will be available very shortly.
Yeah, I think if Dr. Jada can have some words to tell us. He said he was watching via YouTube, but maybe he can use someone's Zoom account to tell us some one or two words.
Okay, if he's online, Dr. Jata, the floor is yours. You are welcome to the program.
Yeah, hello everyone. Yeah, I don't know whether I'm being heard, because I had issues with my Zoom connection. So if you're able to hear me, I can proceed.
Yeah, I am getting you clearly.
Okay, thank you everyone. Thank you, Ms. Chair. Thank you, Mr. President, Honorable Ambassador, Dr. Aissatou Diop, and everyone else. Yeah, I know I'm not going to say much, but I have to say that I'm really proud to see Agast, achieving so much, over such a short period of time. Agast is like a family. It's a platform for the students, not just from a social perspective, and also from an academic point of view. This is a great achievement, and my advice will be, continue the same spirit, continue working hard, and we only have one common reason, and that is to become professionals, experts in whatever educational careers we are pursuing. So sometimes it gets hard, it gets tough, but at the end of the day, you have to get focused on your goal, and at the end of the day, at some point, you will achieve that goal. So once again, I want to thank everyone, especially the current executive, the outgoing executive. spearheaded by the able president, Dr. Trawale. And I'm also going to congratulate the would-be incoming executive committee and encourage all of you to continue with the same spirit, with the same hard work. So thank you very much. Yeah, I'll be available in my capacity to do whatever I can to help make the association even better. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jete. We thank you also for your immense contribution towards the association and for the support you continue to give to students here in Turkey. Our guests are a bit late, but if we still have Yaya in our midst, Yaya Sonko, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. We still have some time, and our guests will be joining us shortly. If you would want to maybe explain one or two things about your books or the storytelling stuff that you've been doing abroad, we will actually want to hear them.
Yes, maybe I can. All right. About the book, as I mentioned before, there were three of the books, you know. So the research is based on like 54 divided by 3. And the second one, and now the third one is coming after 2 months. So from there, then we're going to the we're going to the third version of the project, that is like to prepare the children's book. So the children's book. So our thing is like this: pre-colonial African civilization. I remember there was there then. And now every year they update their curriculum. Whilst they were trying to update this curriculum, there was something like folklore from the Russian side, folklore from Egypt, folklore from all countries, but there was no folklore from Africa. But there were also research papers that says that the storytelling as a culture starts from the African continent. So now my question was like, then if this happened, why is it like there's no African storytelling in the Malmo University here as for the music students? So now they gave me opportunity to at least to influence the curriculum or to bring something there. So I at least brought something like the story of Miniamba. We heard about this Miniamba. Most of the big musicians sang about that song. Thank God that there will be no music audience who are studying society without coming across Miniamba. Oral music. So this is one of the things that I am continuing to do in, and my thesis in Finland also, I'm pushing them to make sure that I do something about a topic that is related at least to the griot people and how their roles evolved from the traditional Mandin society up till now. And I actually agree with Mr. Jallo, the previous presentation, that if we are choosing topics, it's very important. It's absolutely necessary to make sure to choose topics that are at least related to our continent and our country or our society or our people. I don't want to make any, I don't want to choose topics that is going to talk about the Western world or other continents that are not African. So this is really very important for us to choose topics that are really related to what we have been doing here. So now, this storytelling stuff, as you can see, I told you before, none of this is connected to 2 of my master's degree programs. My first one is economics. and it's nothing related to African storytelling. And the second one is Governance for Sustainable Development in Finland, and that one also is not related to this. But because my mother is a griot, I felt like there are so many stories in our society that we need to write about so that we can put in the Western libraries, so that when people read from other stories from other countries, they can also find stories from the African side. So this is my role. This is what I've been doing, and I will continue to do this. If anyone wants to write stories or storytelling, or you have stories from your grandparents, you feel like they are very interesting, don't hesitate to call or to contact us or to send me any message, that we can work it out.
Yes, like I said, Job mentioned earlier, a lot of children who grew up abroad have no access to this storytelling that we were fortunate enough to have. And I think your book will actually come a long way in helping those people get to know their roots, get to know about storytelling. Do you think your book will go to the extent for them to understand their culture, where they come from, and who they actually are? Do you think your book has enough content to help them have these values?
Yes, exactly. Because as I mentioned before, if you want to explain the real history of Africa to Africans, it has to come up with a lot of terms and a lot of dates. For example, you have to tell them, hey, Ghana Empire was the fall of Ghana Empire happened in 1037. So this is really formal language, and people don't have too much time for formal language or something that is not fun. So for African storytelling, the thing is like this, the way the griot do it is like they have to play an instrument. I also play a kora. I'm not a griot, but I still play a kora because my mother's brothers, all of them are kora players. So they have to play these instruments and also narrate the stories behind these songs. For example, there is a song like the Masana Sise, Bintambolong Dala Masana Sise, the Suto Kumata Sutukung, that exist in the Gambia, and all those ones, there is a very beautiful stories behind those songs. The griots just don't create a song like that one. This is the difference between come with it. So these are the stories that I try to capture in the book. And I believe that the content is so rich that, and is based on a real stories in a fun way, that you can read the story by smiling, by laughing at the stories, by reacting to the stories. You are actually picking many formal languages or strong grammars in the books. I try to simplify it as much as possible. But the research I'm doing on the griot people, that's academic paper. Of course, it has to be in that way. So I believe so it's going to help people a lot.
All right, thank you
very much. And
very
you
much.
can get the book in Amazon. All the books are in Amazon. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Yahya Sanko. Like you said, you can help our brother and actually educate yourself. So you can get the books from Amazon and, share with your family. Thank you very much, Yahya Sanko.
You are welcome.
Right now, I would like to acknowledge the presence of Mr. Mustafa Njai. He is actually an honorary member of Agast, that is staff, the famous staff. You have him in our midst. Mr. Njai, you are most welcome to the program.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Fatima. Well, this is impromptu. Mohammed just called me about 2 minutes ago, asked if I can step in and give some little bit of advice. No, there's no inconvenience. There's no inconvenience. Actually, maybe that's where I will start from. But it's a pleasure again to be around with you whilst we wait for Dr. Sonko to connect, because there's been some few misunderstanding on timings. It is nothing new. You guys are on Turkish time. Dr. Sonko is currently in Sudan. I am in Nigeria. And then GMT is also behind us. But all the same, it's always a pleasure to talk to young people like yourselves. As you know, I have a deep passion, for mentoring, folks of your age, who are really the leaders of today and tomorrow. As long as we all mingle together, I think it's a good thing to have you on board and to share our very little experience that we have had. Life it's quite a very long journey, and knowledge is not based on age. Wisdom at times it is, but you can even have somebody who's quite young that is wiser than an elderly man. So yeah, it's been a pleasure. Mohammed asked me to share some, little bit of advice. And I don't know whether Fatima, you have a question you want to ask. Do you want to drive this, or do I just do it freestyle?
We can do it either way, Mr. Njai. Actually, like you said, it's impromptu, and you were not, forehand given the information that you would be presenting today. But like, what other words do you have for us, the young people here in Turkey? We are not at home, we are far away in a pandemic, and we are actually studying it as well. This is the new normal, and we have to get used to it. What words do you have for us, like, to continue fighting above all the odds to be successful abroad?
Well, you shouldn't only focus on being successful abroad. I mean, as you know, I have a slogan that says "Gambia the Fadem Diakuya," and yeah. I guess most of that I'm speaking to are all Gambians, and people at times they look at me, certain things happen in Gambia, and they will say, Taf, I don't know this thing about your Gambia the Fadem Diakuya now. We should look at it again. Like, for example, when we had the breakdown in internet in the Gambia, it happened about twice or three times. And Kuneka Kumase, everybody started, oh no, Gambia do them that. You should change your slogan. But life is a long journey, and let me now speak on what we are seeing today with the pandemic. The pandemic is about almost a year plus. I remember my last trip that I traveled outside of the Gambia or out of Africa was in Turkey in February. And that was when really the lockdown came about. But it's about a year away. And what we are seeing now, we are seeing a downward trend in infection globally. So it is very likely, if you look at projections, it is very likely by the end of this year, the pandemic will be behind us. And this is life. If one needs to understand what life is all about, life is full of ups and downs. We have seen a pandemic that has affected the whole world. When it just started, we thought it only affected China. And, for us, China was too far away.
Right.
Nobody thought that, you'd affect. Within a very short time, this thing happened and we are all affected one way or the other. But despite the pandemic, there are people who for now, are praying that the pandemic should not end, because some people are making money out of the pandemic. You see, as we say, one man's meat is another man's poison. So, I mean, I never used Zoom. Most of us never used it before the pandemic. But imagine the convenience of what's happening. Here you are now. You are privileged to have me come on board, Dr. Sonko and so many other scholars who are far away, who most likely, if it wasn't for the pandemic, I'd have to fly all the way to there just to deliver to you maybe a few minutes, a speech. So all I have to advise you that no matter how hard you fall, you need to pick up your pieces and be focused. You guys are very young. Life it's a marathon. Life is not a 100-meter dash. So there's no rush. Just be focused. You are there in Turkey for a purpose in life. Now you are there, you want to have a degree. After a degree, there's something else you need to do as you progress in life until the day that we are all buried. That's when life ends. So from now until there, we can be in the next 1 minute, or it can be, God forbid, or it can be in the next, decades and decades to come. So what I would advise you as young people is to be focused, that you will go through challenges in life, but challenges are supposed to be turned into opportunities. Wherever you find a challenge, there's always an answer to a challenge. There's always a solution to a challenge. And the role that you need to play is to go out and find out where the answer is. Who's got the answer? How can I get the answer to make sure that you conquer that challenge? I mean, tell me if I need to stop, because I know that, I wasn't supposed to be on this. Dr. Sonko is supposed to come. I don't know whether he's set up already.
Yeah.
But, I can, as you know, I mean, I can speak, unended. But again, I just wish you all the best of luck. You need to be armed with certain values of life. And if you are armed with that, then there's no way you will succeed. You will complete your courses, and then you will pursue, your objectives in life.
Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Njai, for those words. Actually, we will take those words and we will make them into good use. Like you said, it's not easy as students. Sometimes you want to give up in life, but never give up. Keep fighting. And at the end of the day, you reap the fruits of your labor. Thank you very much. I hope Mr. Sonko is also preparing to give us some wisdom of life. I hope he's preparing. But in the meantime, I would want to acknowledge the presence of Dr. Njai once again, Dr. Ibrahim Njai. If he also has one or two things to tell the students, like he was here and he has firsthand information or firsthand experience what the students face here in Turkey. Dr. Njai, if you're hearing me, the floor is yours as well.
Good afternoon, Fatima. I hope you're hearing me.
Yeah.
Yes, Fatima, are you hearing me?
Yes, I'm hearing you perfectly.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm so happy to be part of this auspicious gathering. I wouldn't be speaking or maybe saying too much. I just want to urge all of you that are down there to please embrace this association, in that when we come together, we gain strength. So it is because Agast is existing and that people have embraced it before. That is why people that are not connected, that are not even students, are proud of what we are doing, and they are leaving everything that they are doing to give us that support, and moral boosters all the time. I want to definitely thank Mr. Mustafa Njai. I was not privileged to meet him when he was around, and he is definitely a huge mentor to us. And I want to thank you for the contribution that you are doing towards the Gambian students. I want to thank the embassy as well, the ambassador and his staff. I am in the Gambia now. I am your representative in this country here, and I'm definitely following proceedings. And finally, I want to definitely thank the executive. You have moved Agast to a different level. I would have never, sat down and, in my wildest dream, to think that, this association will be able to accomplish such, within a very few period of time. You see, when we come together, we gain strength. Our perspectives are widened. Our specializations are broadened. So it's like when we come together, we all put in our efforts, so then, we can realize, our dreams in a very easy way. We are talking about, the websites and everything. Definitely, when I see some of these things, I just get so elated, I just saying, come on. Yeah, Gambians, we are never limited in our abilities. And please, let us embrace the association. We should be one another's keeper. We are all brothers and sisters. I will tell you this, when I return here, whenever I want something, I'll just send a text. And then before you realize, someone that knew me or someone that I knew before, is working at that particular institution and my issues are sorted out. I always say this, and I will repeat it today. Most likely, you may be talking to the next president of the Gambia, or to the next vice president, or to the next secretary general, head of civil service, or your next colleague at a place of work. So the time and the resource that we will spend in ensuring that the association stands on its feet and move forward is never a wasted energy. It is never a wasted resource. So please, I want us all to be aware of that fact. Thank you very much. I am very much pleased, with the way things are being conducted back in Turkey there. I really miss you all. And this time around, those that are small, staying in small cities will not have the opportunity to eat benachin. I'm sorry for that. Okay, thank you all and well done.
Thank you very much, Mr. Njai. You see, the Njais are always talking about food. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Njai. Mr. Njai was here with us, but right now he is in the Gambia. Like he said, not in a million years has he thought that Agast would achieve such achievements. And, an association cannot move without a great leadership. So we would like to give a round of applause to our able president, that is Mohamed Tarawale, for always pushing us to our limits and making sure that we give our best to the association. So once again, thank you, Mohamed. Going back to Mr. Njai, Mustafa Njai, if you're hearing me.
Okay, if he's not around, I will.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Mrs. Aissatou Job, do you have something to say?
No, I was going to add to
I said
about students and their struggles outside. I want to share that I myself, I went through it. My undergrad, I did it in Nigeria.
Okay.
Nigeria when I was 17 years old.
Okay.
Spent 6 years there. But it's never easy being a student abroad. But as ST will say, so that's an advice to all of you. Like, let me give you snippets of my life experience. For instance, I got married when I was 13 years old. I gave birth to my first child when I was 15 years old, and I was still in my secondary school. I will go to school with my pregnancy without my teachers even noticing it. Then I gave birth when I was in grade 8, came back, nursed the child. Then when the child was around 2 years, I traveled to Nigeria. Then 2 years, sorry, I traveled to Nigeria. I started studying there. Sorry about the interruption. I started studying there. So during my diploma level, I became pregnant with my second child. It's never easy, but sometimes I remember I would back my child to school. I will not be allowed to attend classes, but I will stand there around the window to listen to the lectures. And Alhamdulillah, I graduated with being one of the best students of my batch. Then I proceeded to my university in Nigeria, Ilorin, Alikma University. My final year, I came pregnant again with my third and final child. Went back to Gambia. While I was nursing all my children, I had to also start working, going up and down, in and out of the country. Being a mother, a student, I'm a civil servant, it's never easy. And a housewife, of course. It's never easy. But if you want to achieve anything, work hard, put efforts into it. There is nothing like impossible. I always believe that if you want to achieve anything, especially you girls, if you want to achieve anything, let nobody stop you. Nobody can stop you. Just work hard to achieve your goal. And also, there's no such thing as I'm in foreign land, so it's difficult, I'm going to give up. No, don't give up. I started, for instance, in my case, I started from long ago and I'm still going. I'm still a student and Alhamdulillah now up to PhD level. Marriage did not stop me. Having children did not stop me. And becoming a civil servant and having a lot of family members, did not stop me. So you girls, especially you girls, don't let anything stop you. Work hard because we are the future of the country. Educated one man, you educate just an individual, but educated a woman. Educate a woman is like you educated an entire generation. So never give up. It's never easy being abroad and being a student, especially in these difficult times, but just work hard towards achieving your goals. And I'm sure that you will make it, inshallah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Aissatou Joe, for that inspirational speech. Like you said, with resilience, you will be able to achieve great heights. And yeah, we will strive towards that as well. Thank you very much for explaining or taking us through your experiences. Thank you. Mr. Njai, coming back to you.
Yeah.
Yeah. You have this famous slogan that is Gambia Dafa Dem Diakria. And you did mention that there was an internet lockdown or internet blackout for more than a day in the Gambia. In your opinion, you know, do you think in Gambia, even if you're wealthy, even if you are successful, you're still poor because there are no available facilities or essential things that you need as an individual to actually prosper in your business or whatever venture you are into? So at that time, even if you're a business person, your business will be at a halt because definitely there is no internet connection in the whole country. Do you think this is a problem?
It's a major problem. But before I go, Fatima, I said to Job, I don't want to lose her. I said to her, I'm sure you're hearing me. Please send me a WhatsApp message on 77611127. I am interested in her story. I am impressed. Before I get into your answer, I am super impressed. I said, and I'm hosting a lecture. I'm sure you know about TAFLA, the TAFLA lectures.
Of course.
I'm hosting a special lecture on the 8th, which is the International Day of the of International Women's Day. And honestly, I want to have on board, you know, something short. Your story must be told. You know, this is why people underestimate forums like this. If I didn't just log on, you know, some 5-10 minutes ago, I would never hear the story. And your story needs to be amplified. What you have done, you know, you have really broken the glass ceiling. I'm like, my mouth is full listening to you for what you have done. I'm sure there are so many Gambians, both home and abroad, who will not believe your story. Actually, your story will uplift so many women. Don't laugh. This is serious. What you have done is beyond understanding. Actually, what you have done will show all these ladies who are complaining now around, who are privileged to be abroad and studying, that if you can do it with everything that you have gone through, they are super privileged. So please, my number is 7761127. I'm on WhatsApp. So please book it down. And I want to talk to you. Yeah, I want to get you on board. Lecture, please. Your story must be amplified. So, no problem. So let's continue. You're part of the Gambia of Adam Diakuya. I will need people with courage like you. You are brilliant. Honestly, well done.
But hearing this from you, I'm on. Thank you.
Your surname spoiled everything.
Oh, no.
Fatima, coming back to your question, really. Listen, I mean, the internet issue in the Gambia should be solved. There is no excuse that the whole country, under this day and age, a population of 2.4 million maximum, should suffer through this. Internet is expensive in the Gambia. Internet is slow in the Gambia. And that is unacceptable. Look, we must speak out. There are certain things in the country, when you say it, people should ignore this thing about whether you are against a government or not, or because you want to benefit from certain things. We cannot, in this day and age, not to have internet, fast, affordable, reliable internet.
Right.
Internet today in this world is like oxygen. It is like the oxygen we breathe. So many things are done online, like what we are doing now. People are working on telemedicine. Education, all by tele-education. Today, somebody can be in rural Gambia and then benefit from a lecture of a university professor in Harvard University. Somebody can be in rural Gambia and benefit from the services of the top neurosurgeon in China or India through telemedicine. But all these things can be done through the internet. So really, I think it is unacceptable, and the Gambia government, amongst other things, must address the issue of internet, that this is not acceptable. It should not happen again. And we must work on having fast and reliable internet. As a small country, this is something we can exploit. Because look, we have so many young graduates like yourselves. Yesterday was University of the Gambia's convocation. Close to 1,000 students graduated. Imagine if you create the environment to have fast internet, affordable and cheap labor. So all of those guys can be employed, and they can be employed in the international labor market. Just by sitting in your house in Brikama or in Sudukoba, if you have fast internet there, you can be doing work for somebody in New York. Everybody's working working from home these days. So we should see it as an opportunity, and the country, the government must engage. That look, you are just making us, what's his name, non-competitive. So I am here in Nigeria. Nigeria is a population of 200 million, 1% of our population in Gambia. Yet still, internet is fast. I have never heard of the country having a breakdown in internet. So we hope that the Gambia government, if they're listening one way or the other, that they must address the issue of internet. That is not acceptable.
Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Yai. Like you said, internet is very available everywhere in the world, and a small nation like the Gambia shouldn't suffer, like you said. And this is very true. But you did mention about the graduates who graduated yesterday, over 1,000 students. Do you think the Gambia government or the environment in Gambia would provide an ample space for young people to get an experience as to their potentials? I mean, explore their potentials and also change the status quo of the country, because right now it is high time we give chance to the young people. Young people are innovative, they have new ideas, they are brilliant. Do you think this should actually change, like the young people should be given a chance to participate in national development?
Well, just a minute. I have a feeling it's Dr. Songo who's trying to call me. Maybe he's having difficulty connecting. Let me just see.
Okay.
Hello? Hello?
Meanwhile, if you have a question, you can write it down in the chat box.
You are struggling. Oh, I see. Okay, all right. Okay. Actually, that's what I told them that. Okay, I am stepping in for you. Just talking to the students. See, whatever you can do, anytime you can connect, please connect, huh? Okay. Yeah, I was right. It's Dr. Sonko. Actually, he's in Sudan and he's struggling with connection. So yes, your question was about giving young people a chance to participate in what? National development.
Yeah, explore their potentials.
Fatima, yeah, look, Fatima, we are all young people. You know my name, on social media.
Yes, youth man.
On Peter. That's right. So we are all youth. What is this thing about young people? You don't ask for what belongs to you. Fatima, you don't ask for what belongs to you. You have a role to play. I have a role to play. Aissatou has a role to play. Dr. Njai has a role to play. You go and take what belongs to you. You have to engage. But do it with discipline. You have to go and tap into opportunities. Remember, all of you were at your age at one time.
Right.
So this issue of, no, it's our time. We young people, they're not giving us chances. We also have experiences of giving chances to young people who don't perform. So let's not generalize. I think there are young people who are doing very well. Mm-hmm. You should ever say never. I like what Aissatou said, and I will bring the quote I took from Nelson Mandela. Nelson Mandela says, it always seems impossible until it's done.
Right.
So what I would advise you as young men, this issue of no, this government, they're not giving chances to young people, no, that's an excuse. What you do is stay focused, have your plans. I like Aissatou's story. Aissatou should have given up a long time ago. She has no reason to continue. But here she is as a success story. So I think Fatima, somebody's calling you. Yes, sir.
No, actually. Not actually. You can continue, sir.
Okay. So really, my piece of advice is that don't give up. Don't give up. Don't give up. That's the issue. So let us forget this issue about no, they haven't given chances to the young people. I have a common saying which I borrow from Sering Maudo Malik, Mayor Maudo Malik C. Of Tiwawon. I am a Tanubi of Tiwawon. And there's a very good quote that I always use in forums like this. And he said it in Wolof though, but I can interpret it in English for the benefit of all. He says, any gathering, he fears that gathering that's only made of the elderly. He doesn't support that. And he also equally fears the gathering that's only made up of young people. He says any movement, any gathering, anything that you group together as a group of people, you have a good mix. And the mix is you need the elderly as much as you need the young people. There are certain things that cannot be done by myself. Like today, if we said, let's go for a 100-meter dash, or let's run for 10 kilometers, you quickly go and bring this and take it back. I will ask some of you guys to do it for me.
Right.
But when it comes to now, for example, strategies, because of my experience, whatever, you will come to me like the advice you are getting now. Some of you haven't gone through that advice. So imagine the energy that you people have, your age, plus my wisdom. If we put it together, then as a team, we succeed.
Correct.
Remember, life is made up of a team. Tell me if I want to stop. Just interrupt me if you want me to stop.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Somebody's asking, as a philanthropist, do TAF have any remedy for the internet problem? Look, the internet problem is not about philanthropy, it's business. Actually, the fault is governments. Government is the regulatory body. Because in the internet, you make money. So this is not like being philanthropic, giving away, whatever. No, 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 no. Internet all over the world. Today, we know that those in technology will be most of the money. So if government puts in the right regulatory framework to make sure there's competitiveness, people will come and invest. Because when you invest, you make money. Internet, all you sell is what? Data and air. It's cheap. There's not much that huge investment. We all know that in this business of internet and cell phone, that's where money is there. So the reason why probably they are not delivering is because, they haven't got the right regulatory framework and enforcement to make sure it's done right. You guys are in Turkey or in Cyprus or wherever it may be. You don't have that problem, do you? What's the population of Turkey? 90 million or so, close to that amount?
Close to that.
So 80 million. Yeah.
80 million. So why should we have a problem with 2 million? So something's being done wrong. So to answer that question, as a philanthropist, no, listen, me, I am not a philanthropist. I am an entrepreneur. I am a businessman. Out of the money that I make, I only take 1% of it to help, on philanthropy, which again, in Islam, it's a must. I am using my zakat. My zakat is 2.5% of my annual savings. So that's what I use now obviously for philanthropy. But I shouldn't be seeing this issue of being a philanthropist, so everybody thinks that you can just bring a basket and collect. It is wrong. I am a businessman and I invest to make returns. First of all, will you be to time?
Yeah, there's another question.
Yeah.
The person says, good afternoon, Mr. Self. First of all, I would like to thank you for being a great role model for me and my fellow Gambians. The question is, what advice and motivation do you have for young people? I think you've already answered that.
I've advised them, my friend, no, stop looking for advice, just work hard. This is the excuse that these young people always ask for. We were young before you. This is about, I have this over and over again. They think that by coming to listen advice to TAF will make you succeed. You will not succeed. It's efforts that you put in. You have to put the efforts in. Because I put the efforts in. I work 10 hours a day, 12 hours a day. When I was at your age, I hardly slept. That's why I am who I am today. But if you want to sleep up till 12 o'clock to wake up, and I want to go and see TAF in his office for 30 minutes for advice, and you think that will make you succeed, I'm telling you, you will not succeed. You will only succeed by putting on those efforts, having those sleepless nights to make sure that you work hard, that you find the solution to your problem. So really, I've had this over and over again. But please tell your folks, stop asking advice from tough. You will never be succeed out of advice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Njai. Thank you very much for the wonderful session. Like you said, it's advice plus first jump. You cannot take advice and fold your hands.
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. I think that's all for the questions for now. We thank you so much. I mean, despite your busy schedule, you are able to take some time and answer to our call within a short notice. We thank you so much.
Thank you. I don't know whether Dr. Sonko has succeeded in connecting. It's rather unfortunate because he's my
Unfortunately, it
chairman.
seems Dr. Sanko is yet to be in, but we will proceed with the August elections. The tenure of the current executive has come to an end, and we will have the elections shortly for the new executive who want to take on the role of president, vice president, and the other positions available. We will go into that session right now. Thank you very much, Mr. Njai.
All right, okay, thank you. So I disconnect, you're going to your elections, huh?
We will have the elections now, yeah.
So I can disconnect?
If you want, you could stay.
Because if you want to apply for opposition as well.
And
why
also
not? You pay me, I will not come in for free.
And
you
like
have to pay, so you better start working hard. You have to start working hard for my time, and yes, I can serve, but if you pay.
That's not a problem. We will simply give you that.
Yeah, I just leave my computer on and then just listen to what you guys are doing. You know, in life you never finish end learning, huh?
Yeah.
I'm able to learn something from you.
That's
so
right.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Right. Thank
well
you
done.
very much.
All right.
Now is the time for you to pay me too.
We will speak in private. Yeah, Mocham, are you with us?
Mohammed, yes, I am.
Yes. So, Cham, you can go ahead so we can do the election.
So we will just have those who are competing for some positions to just come and say a word or two. So now I will go through the list. If you know that you apply for a position, just prepare. And for the role of president, we only have Mr. Masane Fati, and meaning there is no opposition for him. So Mr. Masane, you can say a word or two.
Okay. I am Masane Fati, and I served as your Secretary General. And then during academic year 2020 to 2021, I took on the responsibility.
You're not very audible. Could you please raise your voice?
Executive of your Secretary General, which I am really grateful for. Willfully trying to fulfill my duties as the SG, I was greatly impacted by Agast. Sometimes it was really overwhelming and sometimes it was stimulating. But all the valiant strides taken were worthwhile because being a leader is not easy. So within the context of the objectives of Agast, and then for the collaboration, slow. Oh man, sorry. Okay, within the context of Agast, I was working very hard with the executive to represent Agast positively. So I also therefore extend my gratitude to you for being there for Agast, and then also for being cooperative. And thank you all. And this time, the academic year 2021 to 2022, they nominated me as the president of Agast. And then right now there is no opposition, but I would like to say this, if there is anyone who wants to be a president, the person can come forward and then also put forward their suggestions or maybe express their their enthusiasm for being the president of Agast.
Mr. President, you are good to go, man.
Okay, so that was Masani Fatih was the only one who applied for the role of president. So
actually, Masani didn't apply.
Yes,
I
Masani didn't
nominated
apply.
him.
Yes.
Yeah, because nobody applied for the post of the president, so we deemed that it is, fit to nominate him. So we nominated him. Masani, sorry for everything, and collide against him.
Okay, so for the role of vice president, we have 3 candidates. That is Salibaji from Ankara, Aliou Jawo from Istanbul, and Surah Hata Konate from Kirkare. So maybe we can hear a word or two from Salibaji.
Good evening, everyone. I am Salibaji from Ankara, a third-year international relations student. I have been part of the Agast executive for 3 years now. First, I was the assistant SG, then 2SG, then now as the Ankara rep. And as my last year of Agast, I want to apply as the VP and then try and see how that will go. So hopefully the vote will come my way. Thank you.
Okay, so Aliou Jawo, if you are here, can we hear a word or two from you too?
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah. My name is Ali Jawa and I am studying in Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University. I am actually opting for the position of vice presidency because I believe I can actually serve that position better because of my past leadership experience. During my high school, I served in various leadership positions, various clubs, and those positions really equipped me with a lot of leadership skills that I think can be really useful for Agast. And also in my current university, I am the president of one of the student society, and I did tremendously well during my tenure. And that's why I think I will not be selfish by preserving my leadership skills, my administrative skills to myself alone. So that's why I am actually opting for the position of vice presidency, and I hope you guys can vote for me. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
How's everybody? Looks, first thing is to apologize. Is everybody hearing me? There's been a big misunderstanding with regard to time.
Right. Good evening, Mr. Sonko.
Yes, are you all seeing and are you hearing me?
Yeah, we are hearing you.
I need to share the screen.
Okay. We are in a session right now, but
okay, it's not a problem.
To prepare before the session ends, so I will introduce you shortly after.
Yes, now because there's been a misunderstanding, I don't mind waiting. I had thought that the presentation was 4:10 p.m. GMT, which is actually 8 p.m. in the UAE.
We understand.
Yeah, so it's unfortunate, and I would be happy to give you all the time you need, and come back later if you think that's better.
Okay, we are sorry for the inconveniences you have to go through due to the time difference, but you are most welcome to the program. Right now, we are going ahead with the election of the new executive, but we can get hold of that for now and then go ahead with your speech. I'll introduce you shortly, and then we can continue from there.
Yes, but whatever is convenient for you. I'm flexible. I had planned later, but I'm happy to do it now. I'm happy to do it later. It depends on you entirely.
Okay, thank you so much for your understanding. Now we will go ahead with the speeches of the incoming executive, those that have actually applied for their roles of the executive. So we will give them time to introduce themselves, and we will get back to you shortly.
Okay, then I'll wait for you to get back to me. I didn't have internet connection until 5 minutes ago, but you can now reach me through the same email address, okay?
Okay, it's understood. Thank
Okay,
you.
then. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mutcham, you can proceed with the
Okay,
candidates.
so for the final rule for vice president, we have Surahata Konate. You can come forward and say a word or two.
Assalamu alaikum to you all. I am Surata Konate. Studying. Are you getting? Hello?
Yes, we are getting you.
Okay. I am Surata Konate. I'm studying at Takeda University, first year medicine. This is an association that I really believe in it, and I think it is a very good association. And I think I have to participate in it so that we can achieve what our goals. So I have been serving as the representative to Kirklarili the past years, and then I have been really helpful. And then I think I need to still, do a lot. So that's the reason why I applied for the post of vice president, and I hope that I'm choosing to be. I'm choosing. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Surata. So I would just want to say, like, from the general members, if there is anyone who is having a question for Sali, Surata, or Aliu Jawo, you can come forward with the question. Or if there is anyone who is still thinking of going in for any of these positions, you can still come forward.
I would want to ask a question.
Okay, you can go on.
I want to ask the candidates, besides the things they have achieved individually, how do we plan to take Agast's flag to a higher height? In what capacity, like in what shape and form? Because it's all good to tell us their dreams. If only it was one person, it would have been easy. But since it's three people, we would like to hear the plans, the policies they want to implement. That way, I think it will be easier for us to select the people with the sound ideas or policies they want to implement.
Okay, who would like to go first? If not, we can just go on with Sally. Maybe you have something to say about this question. Sally, are you here? Okay, then Aliu Jawo, do you have something to say about the question?
Yes, Wacham, thank you. Thank you, sister, for your question. Yes, actually, I guess we face a lot of challenges as international students in Istanbul and in Turkey in general. If I'm elected as the vice president of this association, I want to actually find connections, connect Agast with a lot of other organizations in Istanbul that I am working with, that I am also partnering with. Like I mentioned, I am leading one student association, student society in my university, and I partner with those organizations. So if I am elected as the vice president of Agast, I will be glad to also connect Agast with those organizations that offer students the opportunity to have internship, that offer students the opportunity to travel outside this country, that also offer students different lectures, different inspirational lectures, different ambassadors who are actually in Turkey here, who are ambassadors in Turkey here from different countries, who normally lecture students on various topics, various important topics, various life skills topics. So I believe if I am elected as the vice president, I will try by all means to make sure that we have connection with one or two of these organizations, inshallah, Rabbi. Yeah, and I'm also the society I'm leading. We have also connection with the TRT, yani TV in Turkey, and inshallah, if I am elected as the vice president, I will also make sure and see how best Agast as an association can connect with the TRRC, inshallah, can connect with the TRT and to at least benefit some benefit from them, ranging from benefits such as internships and inspirational talks, I mean, seminars, and also I have actually connection with some very influential people, very influential lecturers in my universities that I think they can give Agast Students Association inspiration. They can lectures in various topics, in various fields, and it will be very, very, very useful for this association. So that is why you should elect me as the vice president of Agast in order to bring this opportunity to this great association. Thank you for your question.
All right, thank you very
I have a
much.
question.
Aliu? Okay, Abdullah, can we just, is that Abdullah, can we just go on with this question and later you can ask your question?
Okay, no problem.
Hello, it's me, Surata.
Okay, Surata, you can go on.
Okay, I think like one of the way that I can help is that like normally August we normally have our gathering once a year, but like even every universities like they have a different association that normally have gathering time to time. So I think it is very important, every single student in August to ask them about the various association in their school, so that at least when they have a program, at least we can send some members of Agast there in case they invite us, and some members of Agast can go and attend. Like in that being the case, it won't be like we are gonna meet like only once a year. Yeah. That is just to the bond to be greater between us. Okay.
All right, thank you. Surata, can we also hear from Sally before we proceed to the next questions?
Yeah, sorry about that. Hello. As I said before,
Yes, Sally, we are getting you.
As I said before, when I was introducing myself, I have had experience with Agast for over 3 years now, starting as the Assistant Secretary General and going down as the anchor representative, and now applying for this post. Agast has actually taught me quite a lot with how to be with people, how to communicate, how to program myself. And I think that will be the best thing to do right now when it comes to associations like Agast, because as time goes on, Agast has become such a brotherhood association for everyone that finds themselves in Turkey. And I am hoping that with my experience as a Secretary General, I think I can bring forward all the experience that I've learned previously, and then to just hold on to this role and then make you guys proud.
Thank you very much, Sally. And I believe all the three of you have very amazing ideas that even if you are not the vice president, we will still like to have all these things into Agast. Just like
Thank you.
Last year we had a voluntary member. I would just like to mention Salim Saidi, who was working with the media team as a voluntary member, and he was really, really helpful to the media team.
Okay, thank you.
So can we have Emil Jallo also? You had a question. You can ask your question.
Hello,
Emil, are you here?
everyone.
Walaikum salam.
Yes, are you getting me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, my name is Mumudu Lamin Jallo. I'm a journalism student at Yusgat Buzuk University. Are you getting me?
Yes, Emil, you can go on. You can just go on. We are getting you.
Okay, well, my name is Mumudu Lamin Jallo, a journalism student at Yusgat Buzuk University. I am one of the candidates that is vying for the position of media team in the executive board. My ability to take up the challenge is unquestionable. My leadership skills is pragmatic, so I think I'm good to go. And I thank you all.
Okay, thank you all, Emil. I think, okay, that's great. We would have gone to the media team release later, but it's great we had you to Pamodo. I believe you have a question. You can go on.
No, I wanted to ask a question, but never mind. You can go.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you, Pamodo. So the next we have for the position of secretary, we have only Malang BS Bujang without an opposition. Malang, would you want to say something?
Yeah, Mala was having problem with connection there. I hope like he stay with us.
Okay, then maybe we can just move on until he's back. And for the post of assistant secretary, we only have Fatou Kesise. Would you like to say something?
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Actually, I don't have much to say. I am so privileged to be part of the executive this time around. I've been in Agast for almost 6 years now, and I have seen the way people comport themselves in Agast, and we've benefited a lot from it. And I'll be so pleased to actually contribute my side in providing service to our people. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you very much. And then if you have any questions for her, maybe you can just go on and ask. If not, we can proceed. Okay, I guess then we can proceed. Then for the post of treasurer, we have only Mariam Manetu. Will you want to say something?
Hello, everyone. I am Maria Mane, an economic student studying at Ankara Yildirim Beyazit. I was nominated for this post and I applied for it. I was the financial treasurer last year, and with my experience, I think I can still handle the post. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Maria Mane. And for the post of assistant secretary, we have only Maria Manyang. Maria Manyang, are you here?
Good afternoon to you all. I am Maria Manyang, a first-year master's student of studying economics in Undokusmais University. Thank you. I applied for the assistant treasurer post, and I'm really glad that I had it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria. And then is there anyone who is having question for any one of them before we proceed? Okay, then I guess we can proceed. And then for the media team, we have 4 candidates.
Well, I think I have some questions for the financial section. Like, it has been a long time since Agast has been created, and yet still we cannot be financially independent. Like, is there any mechanism that we can put in place in order to get that financial freedom other than the contribution? Yeah, contribution has been a great way of accruing income for the association, but like, should that be our only source of income, or you have some plans that we can put in place in order to serve as an alternative source of income? Well, I guess I was heard, right?
Okay.
No, sorry, can you please ask the question again? Thank you.
Okay, just in 2 words, let me put it this way. Is there any way that you, or ideas that you have that is going to generate income for the association other than the contribution or extra to contributions?
We are not connected with.
As we all know, our only source of income for Agast is the contributions from members. So right now, maybe we can just like use the balance we have and invest in something else where we can gain revenue, because that's the only source of like income. Sorry, the only source of income we get is the contributions. We can't be asking for sponsors or donors all the time. So maybe with investment, we can try and get something from there. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, and then now we have the media team, the public relation team, and the regional welfare coordinator. Since we are running out of time, and for these roles, they are like, since it's a team role and we have 4 candidates on the media team, public relation, and 2 on the public relation, I would just like to mention their names so that everyone can just know about them. For media team, we have Modou Lamin Diallo, Mohamed Bakari Kaba, Salim Seidi, and Rahiatu Senghor. For the public relation team, we have Abdullah Baji and Basiru Toure. And for the regional welfare coordinator of Ankara, we have Idrissa Adeboy and Omar Diba. And for the regional welfare coordinator for Istanbul, we have Adama Oge and Ibrahim Asila. For the regional welfare coordinator of Chorum, we have Basiru Marena and Hoja Drame. For the regional welfare coordinator of Trakia, we have only Yaya Kinte. And for the regional welfare coordinator of Bartin, we have Pachati. So right now, I think the decision we have to make is between the vice president. So I guess I will just share the link to the WhatsApp group and to the chat. We can just do the selection really quick.
Sorry, Moricha, may I comment, please?
Yes, you can comment.
For Donald Bandirma, they have made a late nomination, and I got someone already applied. Maybe you haven't get the info or it's late. So how may we go about? Shall we nominate or what?
Okay, currently we don't have a city rep for the Konya and Izmir region, and we don't also have a city rep for Bandirma region. So
someone already
any
applied.
nominations are coming in, can we just get them pretty quick?
Yeah, Mustafa, like if someone has applied for city rep for Bandirma, the guy's application is already accepted, so he will serve as the city rep for Bandirma. And maybe we just need to know the person's name, if possible.
Mohammed Kejer.
Okay, that's cool though.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, for Konya and for Izmir, we don't have anyone from these places. Can we just hear from you if you are going to nominate anyone?
We are nominating.
I have a fight with them. I will fight with them.
Nyabali.
Yes, Mr. Nyabali. So it means you are continuing for your post. Congratulations.
Pamolo, I think you were saying something about Izmir.
Yes, I wanted to nominate, but I think Mohammed has overruled it already.
No, you can nominate.
No, nobody applied for it. So if we still have someone from Izmir that can be nominated, that's perfect.
Oh, nobody applied for it. Okay, I got it wrong then. Then let me nominate Musa Dabo.
Yes, is Musa Dabo with us here?
I guess Musa is in his house listening to the program.
Yeah, then Musa can serve as the executive member for Izmir, the city representative for Izmir.
Okay, so I will just share the link for the voting to the. Okay, I'm sharing it to the chat and on the WhatsApp group too. So we can use the next 5 minutes to vote for the vice president.
And guys, we are voting just once. The system won't
Yes,
even
we are
allow you
voting
to vote twice. Okay?
Why not the voting go ahead while Mr. Sonko gives his speech, and then at the end of his speech, you can announce if there are
I
any
think
winners.
I think if we are doing that, then people might lose some concentration. How about we just
Yeah, I think it's just like
I think the
two
voting
minutes.
can
Yeah,
just take 5 minutes.
2 minutes. Yeah, you just have to you just have to click the link. Yeah, guys, we can vote. You just have to vote for the vice presidency. Yeah, when you click the link, you can tick like I swear that I am registered member of Agast and I'm not voting twice. You can tick that, and then after you can just vote for the vice president.
Hello, Mocham. Can I comment?
Yes, yes.
I'm not sure if it is late or not, but the media team, like, if we are to vote for them, we don't know who they are or their potential or what they are planning to do for the association. So
Yes,
if they can probably tell us a little bit of the projects they've done or what possibly they can do for the association or what are their plans, so we can know who exactly we are to vote for.
Actually, the thing is, since it's a team of 4, like then we are just going to have 4 of them in the team. But still, if they will want to say something or we want them to say something, we can have them to say something. I think ML already said.
Actually, we don't have much time, so it is a teamwork. They all have to do it collectively.
Right.
We are not doing any selection or election among them.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, guys, you can just do the voting. And for media team, you can just select any one of them because it doesn't matter actually. What matters is the position for the vice presidency.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Would it not be better for cities to vote in their regional coordinators instead of us? Because, like, for instance, I don't know the people in Istanbul that much, so I don't think it would be fair for me to vote who's going to.
No, like for city rep, we accepting all of them because one person cannot handle the job of a city rep. So actually, we accept anyone who applies for it.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Who is Hajar Drama? I don't know anyone by that name in our city.
I
hope it's not a mistake. We don't have any student by the name Hajar Drama.
Yeah, it might be a mistake in her application. Huja is in Istanbul here.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry.
Hello, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. Secretary.
I am back.
Yeah, actually, we called you so that, like, if you have anything to tell the members, because you are selected to be the Secretary General without an opposition. So.
Sorry about that. I was kind of pretty much busy with a conference, presentation. So, but for me, it's okay. Like you practically forced me to take this position, so it's okay by me, no problem.
Thank you. So, guys, like we have only like 3 minutes to complete this election.
Okay, there are 2 questions asked in the chat. Here you have, guys, is it not possible to have a media team and PR as one combined team? The two naturally intertwined. And then the other question is, I think it will be wise to have a body or team or person to advise the treasury on how to use the Agast fund to gain revenue. So these are important questions, I think.
It's true.
Yes, Mr. President, our new president, like you and your executive, you can go ahead with those questions. I think so. Maybe we can discuss that like after this election. So we might do that even on our WhatsApp group chat. So that will not be a problem. But right now, let us be done with this election and go ahead with our guest speaker, because we have the meeting has so prolonged, so we don't have much time.
Okay, the ex-president, Mr. Traore. Hello, Mohammed.
Yes, Mr. Boja.
Yeah, the issue is like, I just want to make a quick comment with regards to having a body that will advise the Treasury on how to, tap funds for the association. I think this is something which is very open to anybody, so long as you are a bona fide member of Association of Agast, you are free to send in your proposal, your ideas to the Treasury, to the incoming president or any executive member with regards to your ideas. Ideas are always welcome. And besides, I always tell people, executive is just, is just a name there. The issue here is, the general student body of Association of Agast. So anyone who has an idea whereby you think, this idea will be useful, either directly or indirectly, to the general body, please, you are almost, you are most welcome actually to send in those ideas to the general platform, basically.
I believe that was enough time for the voting. Is there still someone who's yet to vote?
I think we've all done with voting now, and so the voting will be closed, and then the results can be revealed later, maybe after Dr. Sonka's program. I think so, Mr. Chan.
Mohammed, what did you just say?
I said I think now you've already closed the voting, the election.
Yes.
Yeah,
Voting
so maybe we can reveal the results after Dr. Sonka's program, because we don't have much time.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah. So, Madam Host, maybe you can go ahead with Dr. Sonko, inshallah.
Yeah, can we proceed? Thank you very much. I think the voting session has been closed and the results will be announced shortly after Mr. or Dr. Sanko's speech. The person or our guest speaker who I am going to introduce right now is the President and Chief Executive Officer of Jula Consultancy, FZE, in the United Arab Emirates. He is also the chairperson and founder of Hino International in the Gambia. He is the chairperson of Sunubsar Energies in Morocco, the executive vice president of Sun Metals Incorporated in Vancouver, Canada, an economist at the International Monetary Fund in Washington, D.C., an executive secretary at the African Business Roundtable in Cote d'Ivoire and South Africa, respectively. He is a postdoctoral fellow and he is a postdoctoral fellow of an economics affairs officer at the United Nations Economics Commission for Africa, an adjunct professor at the Daniels Business School, University of Denver, Colorado. He has a Bachelor of Arts with first class in public administration and sociology from the University of Swaziland, a Master's of Philosophy in Development Economics and Politics from the University of Cambridge in UK, a PhD with distinction in International Economics and Development from the Colbert School of International Studies, University of Denver in the United States. He has published and written extensively on Africa in the form of co-authored books, papers in academic journals, and articles in international magazines. And the list goes on and on. I mean, if I want to complete this man's CV, we might have, spend the whole day on ending. No other person to introduce, to talk to students today other than Dr. Karamo N.M. Sonko. Sir, you are most welcome to the program.
Thank you very much indeed. I'm trying to find your name.
I'm Fatima Sar.
Fatima Sar, so thank you very much. If I had spoken to you before you started, I perhaps would not have allowed you to go along with such a generous introduction. Anyway, thank you very much indeed. And it's a pleasure to be listening to you and your group. I'm really impressed. This is the first time ever that I listen to students electing officers to lead them in a manner in which you have in the manner that you have conducted these elections. It's very impressive. I enjoyed listening to everybody, especially towards the end, the gentleman who talked about how you become financially independent is an extremely important question, not only for you, but in fact, for the whole continent of Africa. And I enjoyed more when he was asked to clarify, and he said he would clarify in 2 words, but I think he ended up with 10 words. And enjoy his question. Enjoy listening to the answers. Congratulations and keep up the good work. I would like to share the screen. I've been caught a little bit off guard, and I apologize for the misunderstanding. I was expecting the presentation to be at 4:10 GMT. Nevertheless, I'm happy to talk to you now. And I would like to share the screen. I have a PowerPoint presentation to go through with you.
Mr. Sonko, you can share your screen?
Yes, I will. I have done that now. I'm going to be downloading the presentation in a minute.
All right, all right.
Yes. the presentation is here, and is it? Okay, are you seeing the screen now? Are you seeing the screen now? The presentation has appeared or not?
No, sir. Your screen has not been shared yet.
Okay, I can see it, and I have already pressed on screen share. So don't know what's happening here. I've already.
Maybe you need to select the app after clicking on screen share, the app you're going to share, 4.0 something.
Okay, okay. 1 moment. This is
And sir, if like you having problem with sharing, you can send me the presentation at our Agast email, so I
yes,
can.
I'm thinking of that. Yeah, I'm thinking of that.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of sending it to you by email if this doesn't work, and then you can share it from your side.
Yeah, I can do that.
I think I might have to do that. You are the host.
Yeah.
Okay, let us see. If it doesn't work, then I'll just send it to you, and you can do it from your side. Okay. Yeah. Okay. You are not seeing the screen at all, do you? Are you?
No.
You are not seeing the screen at all?
We are not seeing
the PowerPoint presentation. You're not seeing it, are you?
No. Yeah, you can send it to us via our email, so we will just share it.
Okay. Okay, I will send it to you via email. It's probably better.
Okay.
And given the fact that we are late, you can also share it among yourselves and others, to compensate for the late start, and perhaps many people who would have liked to attend could not attend.
Okay, sir.
I'll send this to you now. I'll send it to you now. From experience, sometimes things that start not very impressive manners end up very well. So we hope it will end very well indeed, in spite of the misunderstanding. It's coming now, and I hope you're going to get it in a minute or so.
All right.
Let me know.
Okay. Okay.
Yes. By the way, I hear that the Sonko dynasty, or as the Americans say, dynasty, is ruling in Turkey, and it seems it's true because I got it from Yaya, and I saw Yaya Sonko's name in the program. Has he already made the presentation to you?
Yaya Sonko did made a very wonderful presentation. He talked about African storytelling.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, and it was really impressive.
Fantastic. I'm very glad to hear that. You know, I'm very happy to hear that the Sonko dynasty is ruling in Turkey with Yaya's presentation and Yaya's presence. I also had Sally speaking eloquently. Sally is a granddaughter of the dynasty or the dynasty. And a few years ago, you also had a nephew of the dynasty, Ambassador Baji, who was our ambassador to Turkey. I believe all of you know him.
Those
Do
who
you?
have been here previously?
Ambassador Momodu Baji, you know him?
Yes, we actually know him. He was around when we first came to Turkey, some of us.
Yes, yes, he's a nephew of the Sonko dynasty. And you have my CEO, able CEO, Alhaji Mustafa, who also spoke very highly about your association. So I'm actually pleased to accept this invitation. I believe you've got it now, have you?
Yes, I just got it, sir.
Yes, so put it on the screen, then I will talk and you can do it. Assisting me from the other side. I am ready now, it's gone,
Okay.
I believe.
Okay.
Do I still need to hit screen share or not? Your generation.
No. I will
okay,
do it.
Okay, thank you very much. Excellent. Your generation is better with us in, modern
Technology.
internet and related gadgets. My children normally help me with my mobile phone. Let me know when you are ready, okay?
Yeah, okay. It is a PDF presentation, right?
Yes, you can still present.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think everyone is seeing my screen right now.
Yeah, and I am seeing the screen also.
Okay, so we are good to go.
Very good, very good, very good.
Wait, let me do it like this. So.
Yeah, I'm seeing the screen here. It's all gone down there.
I'm sharing, okay. Yeah, I think it's good now.
It is good now, huh?
Yeah, okay.
Excellent. The topic of our discussion today is qualities of good leadership. It cannot be presented at a better time than when you are trying to choose your student leaders. So I was reading and listening, as I said, with great interest. And I regret that I've not been able to make this presentation to you before the elections, because in this presentation today, you would find several criteria in the judging which of your speakers, whom among your speakers, to elect to lead you in Turkey. However, better late than never. I am hoping that whoever would end up being your leaders would look at this presentation. And I'm also hoping that today's presentation will be of use to you before and after your return to the Gambia. The slide is not, okay, it's moving. In order to organize our presentation today, we're going to be asking certain pertinent questions. I like it when I address people to address in the form of questions, because questions help to sharpen thinking, to address key issues, and I always liked to ask myself questions and answer them. In the process, assist those who are listening to me to see focus on the most important issues. Therefore, today we're going to ask 7 questions, which starts with what should be our national mission in the Gambia? The entire nation. A nation is not just its leaders, but it's also its followers. We need a national vision. And if you look around the world and find out and look at countries that have done very well, it's always teamwork. Not just the leaders who are essential in stimulating the population, but the followers as well. Second question, what are the qualities of a good leader? That's the $1 million question to address this evening. 3, who are the 4 friends? I call them friends, and you'll find out later why I call them the 4 friends. And the 8, double the number of 4 enemies of a good leader. 4, what are the 4 conditions that enhance good leadership? And what are the 4 conditions that inhibit it? 5, why does the Gambia need greater unity? 6, as future leaders, Gambian leaders, what are your biggest tasks? Finally, what are the 5 neighbors from our recent history? All these questions are targeted to you in particular as our future, because you are young men and women, our future who would be leading us in the Gambia. Therefore, it's essential for you to be focused on those characteristics of leadership which our country needs the most. As we start, we need to understand, what do we mean by leadership? And we are doing this discussion today within the framework of the definition of one of the world's greatest leaders of the last century and this century. Somebody that all of you know, the late president, may his soul rest in peace, Nelson Mandela. Nelson Mandela said that a leader is like a shepherd. He stays behind the flock, letting the most nimble go ahead, whereupon the others follow, not realizing that all along they are being directed from behind. I deliberately chose this definition of leadership. I hope that you are all seeing the screen. Are you? Hello, are you hearing me?
Yes, we are.
Okay, and you are seeing the screen, are you?
Definitely.
Thank you very much. Glad to know that, okay? So within the context of the definition of leadership by one of the world's greatest leaders, we now move on to address the deal with the various sections of our conversation today. The first, as I said, the national vision, the national mission and the vision that all of us should have as Gambians. This should start first and foremost in fostering a spirit of oneness. So there's a dangerous tendency I have seen in Gambia in recent years, which concerns me tremendously. As a result of that tendency, I have put here as number one on this list of mission and the vision, the need to foster a spirit of oneness in the Gambia. Second is to generate a sense of public service. People should not feel that they are only serving themselves and their immediate families, but that they are serving the nation. Public service doesn't simply mean working for the government. In fact, often people go and work for governments and they say we are in public service, but it's perhaps better to take them out of the government because they cause more disaster than actual value added for the benefit of the public. Number three, promote good leadership and governance. This should be part of our mission and our vision. Promoting good leadership and governance, which today we are discussing, and you have been voting for your leaders before I started the talk. Number five, inculcate an entrepreneurial spirit. We went to school wanting to work for the government. Then those who go for higher qualifications, who have the necessary networks, want international appointments, United Nations, etc. No, we cannot have everybody working for the government or for international organizations. We need entrepreneurs. We need the Mustafa Njais. And Alhaji Mustafa is an excellent example of what I'm talking about. And he encouraged me, in fact, to accept this invitation. Last year, you brought him to talk to you. When you suggested entrepreneurship as a topic today, I said, no, I want to talk about something else because I cannot compete with Alhaji Mustafa. Five, we need to help you, the young people, benefit from the experience of their elders. People have to understand that a nation is a totality, an entity of the young and the old, the men and the females, an entity of diversity, and the nation benefits from that diversity. You cannot have a nation ruled by only the youth. So it cannot always be the youth, the youth, the youth, the youth. It should be the youth and the elders. It cannot be the men, then it has to be the men and the women. It cannot be one tribe, one religion. It has to be several. It's extremely important. We need to help our young people to understand this, and we need to help our young people to benefit from those traditional values which hold our society together. We must not forget. We must not forget. It doesn't matter where you go to study in this world, if you leave the Gambia, it doesn't matter wherever you are in the Gambia, please try to pay attention to those traditional values. They are not all bad. They are positive aspects. You need to keep them. Finally, we need to help our young people, that's yourselves, avoid the pitfalls of life and recognize the requirements of real success. I once had conversation with homeless people in Europe, coming from very wealthy families who are today in the streets. And when I spoke to them, I found out that it's because they made errors, very serious errors when they were young, as a result of which they are out in the streets now. Are you seeing the screen? Are you seeing the screen?
Yes, we are.
Okay, because for some reason the screen started running ahead here. I don't know whether by mistake somebody's touching something.
Yo, I move it. I moved it.
Okay, can you move it? Can you move it to the last screen? Okay, great. You can move for me.
Okay.
Okay, go back to where we were. Okay, okay, fantastic. So go to the, okay, fine, go ahead. You're helping me there. So go.
Yeah.
You can keep your eyes on the screen and move them, okay?
Okay.
So we're now moving over to the qualities of a good leader. That's the $1 million question. I am not going to talk only about the qualities, but I'm going to talk about the benefit of each quality. The first quality of any good leader in this world is strength. The good leader has to be strong. You live in Turkey. Turkey has a great history. Some of you who have read that history might have heard about Muhammad. Hello? Somebody speaking? Hello?
It's a mistake.
Okay. You must have heard about the strong leaders in Turkey that held for about 6 centuries to rule a significant part of the world. You might have heard about Mehmed the Conqueror. You might have heard about Usman, the tribal leader who started the empire. And you must have heard about Suleiman, the Incredible. Good leaders have to be strong, even today. The only difference today is that we have got laws, and many or most of the things that the strong men in the past, in their days, did and got away with it, today you cannot do and get away with it. So today's strength calls for certain responsibilities because of the nature of the global village we live in. What are the benefits of strength for a leader? When the leader is strong, it enables him to have what? Decisiveness, to have command and control. You cannot rule a country, you cannot run a company, you cannot run a division. And today I'm not going to talk only about political leadership. I'm talking about leadership in general. Give you examples of various types. It doesn't matter what you are leading, where you are leading. You have to be strong and have to have command and control. Number 2 is determination. Determination brings about endurance. You have to be patient as a good leader. Patience brings in endurance too. When you are patient, you can run very, very far. If you are running a marathon and you started at incredible speed, don't be surprised if you run out of energy very fast. So you have to be patient. When you are patient, it gives you the endurance to be able to work with people and to achieve your goals. You have to be attentive. Attentiveness brings you what? It helps you to notice and to hear important things and make the right decision. You have to be fair. When you are fair as a leader, whether it's president of the Gambia or president of the Student Association in Turkey, it makes those behind you respect you. If you are industrious, it makes those behind you respect you. It gives you dignity, results, progress, exemplary behavior. People say our president or our minister or our general or student leader is hardworking. Wisdom, you have to be wise. You know the story of Suleiman, alayhi salam. Prophet Suleiman was known for his wisdom. One day, 2 women came to him, both claiming the same baby. And Suleiman said, okay, we can solve this. Everybody was wondering how on earth we're going to solve it. Two ladies. Suleiman said, it's okay, I'm going to kill the baby so both of you would lose the baby. The other woman said, fantastic, you are a wise man. The other woman said, no, I don't want the baby dead. Give the baby to the other woman. Suleiman said, you are the true mother. So the leader, a good leader, has to be wise. When you find yourself in difficult situations, you must know how to steer your way out. A good leader has to be for all. A good leader cannot be only for a certain section of the nation. It cannot be for a certain tribe. It cannot be only for a certain religion. It cannot be only for a certain economic class, etc. The good leader has to be for all. When the leader is for all, it gives him respect, love, popularity, cooperation. We move on. Now, who are the 4 friends and who are the 8 enemies of a good leader? By friends, I mean those who help the ruler to rule well. And their help enables him to succeed, and the followers also benefit from his good leadership. Who are these? There are 4. One is the truthful. It is not often you find a leader, no matter where you find many people around him telling him the truth. No, people tell the leader what he wants to hear. And often you find somebody becomes a leader. It's not necessarily bad, but because the people around him are telling him so many lies, or her, and he's misled. So the good leader's best friend is the truthful, the person who tells him the truth. And this is not easy, either because people are afraid of the leader, or people by nature don't want to tell him the truth, or people are looking at their personal interests and they do not tell him the truth. Then the honest. If you are honest, you are among the leader's best friends because you always tell him the truth. The informative. Leaders need information. It's not the president of the Gambia who goes around the Gambia knowing what is happening everywhere. Somebody has to be giving him that information. If you give the president all the information that he needs, on the basis of which he can make the right decisions, you'll assist him. If you give him the wrong information, you will do disservice to him and to the nation. And we do forget that presidents depend on people around them. Generals do, good managers do, good CEOs do. Sometimes you find that they are operating on information, 90% of which or more they are getting from others, and it's wrong information or incomplete information, which makes them make the wrong decisions. Then, number 4, the protective. The person around the leader who is protective. He wants to protect the leader. Most likely somebody who likes him. He has certain feelings towards him. He feels there's something good about him. I want to protect him. I don't want to mislead him. This is a friend of the leader. On the other hand, you have 8 enemies. These are the enemies. Of course, the leaders don't always know. Some leaders, if you are truthful, they actually take you as an enemy. But the good leaders of history, the past, and the good leaders of today, who are wise, who've got the characteristics that I just mentioned earlier, they know if you are truthful with them, you are their friend. If you are a liar, you are their enemy. The liars make friends very easily. It is easier to make a friendship with a liar than somebody who tells the truth, because the truth is not nice, and it's not always nice. And people generally don't like it. You can even become very unpopular if you are somebody who always says the truth. The hypocrite. The hypocrite is very dangerous. The pretender. The provocative. The provocative makes the president angry or the general angry. He can make the general go and kill people. Itelebe sonna wala. Nyuliye nyadulale. Ye nyadulale. Fote mu fiankole tiba. The words that provoke and make the body of the leader angry, and he goes out there to show how tough he is. Or her. The greedy. He's around the leader because he wants something. He's very greedy, and all his activities, all his advice, everything is for his personal interest or his personal or the interest of his family or those close to him. He's very greedy, never satisfied. He tells the head of state or the minister or the general or the manager nice things, but it's actually just grabbing and grabbing and grabbing. And it can even put the leader in trouble. You have seen it many times. When leaders fall and they investigate, have you ever seen one leader who, when he fell, they found out that he's the only one who's been stealing? No, you find people around who've been stealing with him. Maybe some of those people are actually directly responsible for the leaders grabbing and grabbing and grabbing. The envious. He's envious. He's around the president or the minister or your student leader in Turkey, but he's very envious. So he wants to create enmity between your leader in Turkey, your student leader, and those around him, so that he'll be the only friend of your student president. The evil soothsayer. Soothsaying, you know it, is very common in our societies. In other words, magicians. Some of you who read the Quran or Bible, if you're Christian, the Torah, Jewish holy books, I'm referring to the ones whom Moses, Musa, alayhi salam, he says, Ma ji'tum bihi sihr, inna Allaha sayubtilu. Inna Allaha sayubtilu. He said to those people, what you have brought is falsehood, it's magic. Some people call it voodoo, some people call it, I don't like to call it black magic. Just call it black. Often in their positions of leadership, people who are concerned about the environment, enmities, coup d'etats, etc., depend very much on these people. And these people take the advantage to mislead them. Don't confuse them with those who truly believe in God Almighty. They are different. Now, we go on to the 4 conditions that enhance good leadership and the 4 conditions that inhibit it. Inhibit makes it difficult or impossible to have good leaders. What are those conditions? We talk about characteristics. We are now talking about the state of affairs, conditions. One is economic progress. If the economy is doing well, people are happy. People are very happy. They support their leaders. They speak highly about their leaders. When there is equity, the national resources are distributed not on the basis of tribe or other subjective criteria, but on the basis of need. People are happy and they feel the leaders are fair. When there's justice, people feel, even when they are not particularly happy with the decisions, they feel that justice has been served. The court systems, etc., are fair. Even if you lose your case, you feel, yes, yes, because you know in your heart that you've done wrong. And you say, this is justice. You accept it. You accept it. And the leaders take credit for all the good things in the country, even if they are not directly responsible. Just as the CEO in a company takes credit, even though he's not the best engineer in the country, in the company. Security. When there's security, people like it. I live or spend most of my time in the UAE. You can leave your door open in the UAE and go anywhere. Day and night, you can go. Leave your door open without worrying about anything, without fearing. People come feeling secure. You feel secure wherever you are. And who takes credit? The leaders take the credit because they feel their security in the country. Now, we talk about the 4 conditions which lead or which inhibit good leadership. First is economic crisis. You know it very well. If the economy is not doing well, everybody is crying, they are blaming the leaders. inequity. It's unfair how the national resources are distributed because of tribal and other factors, regional, etc., etc. When there is the isms, as we have now in the Gambia, this inhibits good leadership. How can you have good leaders at the national level if they are influenced by tribal considerations, for example? Or outside the Gambia, anywhere in the world, racism is an ism. Nationalism is an ism. This is the examples of the ism. Sectarianisms, these are all isms. When the leaders are influenced by this, it is difficult to have good leadership in a country, or in a company, or in the army, or in a region, or in a student association. Even among yourself, if in Turkey you are divided along lines of Mandinkas and Jolas and Fulas, your association cannot function properly. You have to work together as Gambians in Turkey, and at home in the Gambia, we should work together as Gambians at home. Insecurity. When there is no insecurity, people are being attacked, robberies, etc. You cannot have good leadership. So just as I said, when there's economic progress, the leaders take credit. If you read again, UAE, which is one country where I'm familiar with the history, very, very familiar. I've done the research. And from spending a lot of time there, people will tell you about the founder of the nation, Sheikh Zayed, how he used to just show up in construction sites. And his fellow Sheikh or Shuyuk at that time. They worked hard, they led the nation. Because of that economic progress, they made their followers feel special. And they made their country special for their people first, and second, the rest of the world that flock to that country today, because they say there's economic progress. People talk about the history of that nation, where it came from, with almost nothing, and reached where its Suyukh brought it to, enabling it to take over from the traditional commercial centers of the world to a significant extent, such as Singapore, London, Paris, etc. When there's economic progress, when your citizens feel that there is good leadership, there's security, etc., these positive things, you benefit as a leader. If there are negative things, as a leader also you lose, whether you are responsible or not. We go on. What does the Gambia need? Why does the Gambia need greater unity? The theme of my presentation to you, ladies and gentlemen, young ladies and gentlemen, today is unity, oneness in the Gambia. The Gambia is the smallest country on the African continent by size. Geographic area is 11,300 square kilometers. It's a tiny country. We are a very small country. The area is very tiny. Our population is tiny. And there's something, point number 4, which Gambia is unique with. It is the social and geographic integration and what I call co-integration. There are 3 types of integration here in point number 4. Social integration. The Gambian society, how people mingle. Geographic, it is in terms of regions, of areas of residence. There's integration there. There is co-integration. Some of you doing statistics and economics, there's a term called co-integration. And I use this because in Gambia, we've got something which is very unique. I have got a fuller nephew. I also have, by the way, Jola and other nephews from various tribes. But my fuller nephew is actually very interesting. Why? His real name, family name is So. He changed his name from So to Sonko, and he's dead serious about it. And he calls me Sonko. Say it again. Hello? Hello?
I think that's Fat So, maybe.
Yeah, okay. So, and he calls me uncle. He changed his name from So to Sonko. And I have seen Manjagos who changed their names and they join other tribes. This is in Gambia. They do it because they admire the tribe or they admire certain personalities from those tribes, as a result of which the tribe benefits because these people move from one tribe to another. It's very common in Gambia. Just as naming, giving names of your babies to people that you admire and you respect. This is in the Gambia. We have some unique things in that country, or had. And some of my closest friends tell me you're still idealistic about the Gambia. I said, yes, because I grew up in a very special country. And I still have that experience I can never in my life forget. So when I hear people talk about tribalism, regionalism, this is in Gambia, it saddens me, saddens me. Number 5, the level of economic development in Gambia. If you look at it, then you say, no, we need all hands on deck. We need all hands on deck in the Gambia. Life expectancy of birth is only about 60. Our GDP is less than $1 billion. Do you know how many people in this world, individuals, have more money than our entire country? You look at our national debt, I think it's about 80, if I remember, % of that GDP. Debt service, incredible how much we spend on servicing that debt. Our HDI, which is the Human Development Index, is at the bottom among the last 10 lowest countries indices in this world when I last looked. In the Human Development Index, if I remember, we have 189 countries. The Gambia, if I remember again, was 180 something. So we need all hands on deck. Young ladies and gentlemen, we have no time for tribalism and discrimination and, graft and things. Everybody must ask yourself, what is my contribution? In spite of where you are, you should ask yourself, what do I contribute to that country? Everybody, including myself here, should ask, what do you contribute? If you cannot say that this is what I am contributing positively, then you need to get started. Forget about tribalism and all the isms. We need all hands on deck in the Gambia. Now I'm going to pose a specific question to you. And that specific question is this. What are your biggest tasks as our future leaders? You are in training now. If you end up being president of the Gambia or minister or general or who it is, what are your biggest tasks? And I'll tell you, I'm not going to help make you crack your heads. I'll give you the answers. Number 3. 3 answers. 1 is the revival of the peace and the security, the satisfaction and the mutual understanding of the Fourth Republic under Jawara. This was in my childhood days. This is what still influencing my life. This is why I get sad when I hear certain things in social media and see the division in the Gambia today. We need to bring that from the Jawara days. That is peace, security, satisfaction. You can be a billionaire. If you're not satisfied, you'll be miserable. And I happen to have met several wealthy people, including billionaires. I know what is wealth, as I know what is poverty also. We had satisfaction in the Gambia in those days. People were happy, although there was very little. There was mutual understanding. There was security. I remember in those days, if you saw a former prisoner in Gambia, everybody comes down the street and say, he was in prison. We had 5 police officers. They were not 500 police officers. They were not even carrying the guns. Not even the field force would parade their guns in public in those days. So we need that back. The Jammeh days, I happen to be somebody who is non-political. So I can speak objectively. And anybody who's close to me would confirm this to you. So I can speak objectively. The infrastructure development that took place in the days of Jammeh to bring back. So if you become president of Gambia, first bring back this peace, security, the satisfaction and mutual understanding from the First Republic under Jawara. Bring back the infrastructural development. There have been some, you cannot deny it. You can say, well, it was done at this cost or that cost, fine. But the truth is there has been some progress in terms of infrastructure, and I've met many Gambians, non-Gambians who visited the country in the early days and who visited in the last 15 years, what they told me. And if you look objectively at the data, the economic data, you can see that. However, if you become president, bring that back, but you must bring it with what? Two things: transparency. So they know at what cost are these infrastructures being developed, from where. And it needs to also be accompanied by peace, not violence. Not violence. So you bring that positive aspect, which is infrastructure, but you leave out the lack of transparency and the violence that has marred that country in the last 20 years or so, which we are still reeling from, and it's affecting us, traumatized us. And if you know human beings as well as I do, because I've traveled this world and found myself in all conditions where I was able to look at human beings, study them and understand it, I can see the effect of that trauma up to today in manners which we are behaving today in the Gambia. Finally, if you were to become the president of the Gambia today, bring back those babies that were born in 2017. We made history. The mighty God saved us. We almost went to war, but we ended up peacefully. It was a record in peacekeeping in the world. We didn't go to war. 2017, the nation was celebrating. My big sister says to me, Moro, every time I go out, people are dancing and dancing and dancing. And I told them, people were dancing because of the aspirations, the dreams that they had in 2017 after peace came. Those aspirations, the historic unity and actions that brought us, thanks to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and prayers in that nation, we need to bring them back and work together as one nation. Finally, I want to talk to you about the 5 neighbors from the recent history, the 5 neighbors of the last 20, 25 years in the Gambia. You need to know this. You need to convey this to your family, to your friends, to all Gambians. You need to commit yourself to these 5 neighbors, to memorize them, put them in your heart and tell your friends, your family, and everybody. These 5 neighbors, which I derived from our experiences in the last 20 or so years, I am now handing over to you and the whole nation, especially you, the young ones, to memorize, to respect, to abide by, and implement at your personal level and beyond. If you listen to the TRRC, you will see where these are coming from. That Gambians have the capacity to brutally murder each other. Gambians have the capacity to do some things I don't even want to mention. You know them all. How would a Gambian do this? This is a country, as I told you, growing up, you can sleep in the streets. This is a country, when it's time when it was time for it, you just come and sit and join them. This is a country where even thieves in the streets used to be so difficult to find. that these Gambians can murder each other, not just murder, not just kill, but brutally kill each other, brutally. Yeah, I mean, growing up and with the Gambia in my head that I have, it was a shock for me, but Gambians did it. Gambians did it. So you should tell yourself first and foremost, please, never shall I kill my brother, never. Brother in quotes, I'm not talking about the brother you're from the same mother and father, he's safe in your hands. But the brother, fellow Gambian, your compatriot, brother, never shall I kill deliberately, willingly my brother for any reason. Number two, never shall I rape my sister. Never. I'm not talking again about the sister, same mother and father. She's safe with you. Never. My sister. Gambian and a woman living in Gambia. Never. Number three, never shall I steal public funds or misuse them to entrench my position or encourage my leaders to do so. I see this in Gambia, and I'm sure you would agree. Somebody has a job, everybody knows how much he's earning. And they said, oh, because everybody in Gambia, we all know each other. He's got a huge mansion out there, and people are praising him. But we know the salary, we know the allowances, where he's getting that money to build that massive mansion, you ask yourself. And I say, encourage my leaders, because I don't blame the leaders for everything. We have to ask ourselves questions too, the followers. I heard that when President Barrow came from Senegal, I think people were welcoming him, who was throwing $10 in notes or something like that. Somebody told me, hey, ya jamme ka kodo jurumi molo ka nyimbuka fendi molo namanke $10 or $20. Eh? And people were by the street side because they're expecting the president to throw away money to them. Where is he going to get money to throw away from? We know the president's salary. Put all his benefits together and everything. Where is that money coming from? But are you going to blame the president if you go to State House every day and expect that he should give you $50,000? You know how many people I know, I'm sorry to say it, how many people I know, I'm not talking about today, who will tell you, I got this car from, with great pride, I got this cow from, with great pride. If you can go to the leaders and expect them to give you things, and you take it publicly and you brag, you put pressure on the leaders to put their hands where their hands shouldn't go. Especially when the leaders don't have money. They are not business people. They come from background where they don't have. But you put so much pressure on them. And then after you accuse them of corruption. I'm not saying you are entirely irresponsible, but you are partly responsible. Never. Number four, never shall I support corruption, never. I sold a house in the Gambia. I wanted to pay capital gains tax. Everybody's telling me, why are you paying? Nobody's paying capital gains tax. I said, no, I want to pay. They said, nobody pays it. Forget about it. Nobody pays a cent for capital gains. Very few people. I said, I want to pay. And the people are telling me it's not necessary. So if the population is corrupt, how do you expect the leaders to be otherwise? And I'm not saying the population is corrupt. I'm saying if. Undoubtedly, there are corrupt elements in the population, but not everybody, but there are. But if you have these corrupt people in a large majority, how do you blame the government? So the government people have to be clean, and the people also, population, have to be clean. Of course, in the end, I always say it's the leader's responsibility, because you took that office to serve the people. Mandela says a leader, going back to that definition, to serve the people. A leader is not just to lead, but also to serve. So those tendencies that are undesirable, it's important for the leaders to also stand up. But this is not easy. It is not easy. It has to be a social pact where people work together and the leaders say, this is what we want, and we go for it. Finally, never shall I judge a fellow Gambian on any basis except his or her character. Forget about tribalism. Forget about the other issues. We are too small. I've told you. Never. Let us not judge each other on the basis of anything except the character. This is in the Quran. It's not even enough to say, La ilaha illallah, Allahu Akbar. No, you have to practice it in the Quran. That's why I say Jannah is for believers, but it didn't stop there. It's a character, the action, the righteousness. God Almighty, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, no matter what religion you belong to, He doesn't need us. Why does He offer us Jannah, paradise? No, not because He needs us. It's because of our obedience to His rules for the benefit of each other. I have finished the body of the presentation, and I'm going to end up with, again, my biggest concern in the Gambia, tribalism. This new evil which is spreading. I see it. I meet Gambians, I talk with them, I can see it all. Yes, I'm listening to you.
Yes, we have like 10 minutes to wrap up, inshallah.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
And that will include like 1 or 2 questions from the members, because
yes, I can even stop here if you wish, and we go for the questions. I'm very happy with that.
Yeah, we can go in for the questions.
Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Sanko, for that wonderful presentation. I'm sure my colleagues and myself inclusive have learned a lot. And if you have 1 or 2 questions in regards to the presentation or the things that have been mentioned by the speaker, you can write in the chat box or raise your hand to ask a question. Do we have any persons with questions? You can easily unmute your mic and speak.
Yes.
All right, we have Pamudu Drame.
Thank you very much, sir, for that wonderful presentation. Since time was not on your favor to discuss one of the most fundamental issues, that was tribalisms, my question is, how do you think we can cope or stop tribalisms in the Gambia? By way of your conclusion.
Great. Fatima?
Yeah.
Because of the time, let me take all the questions, then I will answer them, and I will conclude with the 2 slides that I have not gone through yet. So I'll take the questions. It's very, very important question the speaker has asked. Okay? Very good question. Thank you very much. I hope he's hearing me.
Yeah, I'm sure he is. All right, that question is noted. Do you have any more questions? Anybody with any questions?
Yes.
Here we have Mr. Jaunet.
Yes, Dr. Sonko, thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. It was very educative. I want to ask, in a nutshell, what do the government need to mend this problem that we see coming in order for it to be further serious, like you mentioned, like tribalism? I want you to stress more on that in your conclusion. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Anybody with a different question?
Yes, I think 2 questions is okay, so we can.
It's basically 1. I think they all mentioned tribalism, but that's okay. All right, Dr. Sanko, you can go ahead with the questions.
Okay, excellent. I'm actually pleased with the questions because the questions would enable me to finish my 2 slides. All right?
Okay.
This question is very, 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 very pertinent, and it's good to hear them coming from young men. And I can hear from their voices that they are concerned and they would want the solution. So this is great. This is really great. The Gambia is more than 90% Muslim. And first, we have to really appeal to our Islamic tendencies because Islam is a big responsibility. And I told you a few minutes ago that God Almighty doesn't need us. He rewards us for obeying him. and that obedience for the benefit of each other. This is what people forget to understand about our religion. And the rules are very clear, whether you know them or not. The rule in Islam about tribalism is very clear. And I have brought this quote for you from the Quran. I'm appealing to our, first of all, our religious sentiments. Because for a true believer, there is no inhibition, nothing stronger than the fear and the love for God. So this is where we must start. This is the beginning. We cannot be saying La ilaha illallah, Allahu Akbar, and all those things, and our behavior is the exact opposite. Therefore, from the Quran, it says it very clearly. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. يا أيها الناس إنا خلقناكم من ذكر وأنثى وجعلناكم شعوبا وقبائل لتعارفوا إن أكرمكم عند الله أتقاكم إن الله عليم خبير. It is clear, very clear. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells us Muslims, all mankind, and not only Muslims. This is for everybody, all human beings, Muslim, non-Muslim, it says in the Quran. Indeed, we have created you from male and female, and we made you peoples and tribes, that you may know one another. Indeed, the noble among you in the sight of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And I told you why he's giving us Jannah. People forget that. You say, oh, I'm serving Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, I'm happy, I don't care about people. No, that's not the case in Islam. The most noble of you in the sight of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the most righteous of you. And it says, indeed, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is all-knowing and all-acquainted. The Gambia is more than 90% Muslim. This is where we start, number one, to answer your questions. And I'm glad you actually intervened in my presentation at the right time. This is where we stop. We start. After that, now let's go to worldly policies and matters of getting rid of tribalism. Number two is at the level of the leadership. The level of the leadership. That's number two. The leaders cannot be going around the country campaigning on the basis of tribal sentiments. No, this is not right. Around the world, not only in the Gambia, look at disasters. Look at Rwanda. Look at Burma. Look at Germany in the days of Hitler. You can go on and on and on and on and on. It is the leader's pronouncement often that incite people, and they come and they do very, very, I don't want to use the word, very bad things. So leadership is a big responsibility. You find people going to die for causes they don't even understand. In Rwanda, you know what happened between the Tutsis and the Hutus. If I were to ask you how many tribes are in Rwanda, you may be surprised to hear that, in fact, in reality, there's only one tribe in Rwanda. History, etc., and above all, politics created and consolidated non-existent tribal borders. And tribalism can be deadly. It's not a joke, especially in a small country like us. That's why I was emphasizing small. So our leaders, and I'm not talking about president alone or something, minister alone. I'm talking about the leaders, especially our political leaders. This is what I'm talking about from all ruling party, opposition, etc., etc. Our leaders, political leaders, number one, followed by our religious leaders and all other leaders. That's number two. They have got a responsibility. Number three, before I go to number three, the leaders have a responsibility in their pronouncements, but also in their actions in economic policy. If you are taking all the projects to a certain community or a certain section of things like, people feel, that the leaders are unfair. And I talked about that. So economic policy has also to take account of this issue in the Gambia.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sanka. We would like you to continue, but unfortunately we have almost come to the end of the session. Indeed, it was really a wonderful presentation. And we thank you, despite your busy schedule, you were able to make it to the program. We really thank you and appreciate your effort. Thank you very much, sir.
And Dr. Sonko, is it possible for us to have a webinar with you maybe in another scheduled date?
We would like
I will think about this. I do know this is the first time I'm addressing this kind of address, and I'm very proud that I did it for you because I do believe you deserve it. But
thank you.
I would do something like this with pleasure if I have got the relevant time. It would be a pleasure. Okay. But I am happy that I have finished only the COVID slide, and I believe that that one, you know what's happening, is to just urge you, and especially your families at home, to take care of, pay attention, because there is another wave in Gambia I had. So please talk to your families and friends, etc., to take COVID-19 seriously.
Yes,
okay?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
I want to thank you also for the invitation. I'm pleased that I have done this. As I said, it's the first time. And thank you for the invitation. May God bless all of you.
Amen. Amen. Indeed, it is our pleasure to have you with us. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Most welcome.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, our dear guests, we have come to almost an end to the program. We would like to congratulate the incoming executive. We wish them a very successful tenure in their various positions. We want to as well thank the previous executive for a job well done. We were able to bring this all together, and ultimately we had a very wonderful session. We want to thank the participants as well. Despite your busy schedules, you were able to, sit with us throughout this time, almost 4 hours program. We thank you very much. And Mohammed, if you have one or two things to say before we conclude, I think we are done here now.
Actually, I don't have much to say. Just to thank everyone for their participation and patience with us. I think we're here for like almost 5 hours now. Yeah, it's almost 5 hours. So thank you all for your participation and your patience. And also, I congratulate the
thank you, Mohammed.
The newly elected and nominated executive members. Please, take your positions seriously and with sincerity to serve us. Thank you all.
Thank you.
And thank you very much, Dr. Sonko. Indeed, we're really happy to have you as our guest speaker. Thank you, and also thank you, Mr. Taff and Dr. Jai and Isa Job and our honorable ambassador, Mr. Jai, for accepting our invitations. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. We are closing the session now. Bye for now.